Many thanks, Varenya. Good morning to all. On behalf of the OECD and the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities, a long name indeed, I would like to welcome you all in this important event today. Many thanks to Ricardo Ferreira for being with us today, and many thanks to the European Commission and DG REGIO for the opportunity to work on this important initiative. I would like also to thank those of you who have been very actively involved in the Building More Resilient Cross-Border Regions project, and those who traveled great distance indeed to join us for this event. We are very pleased to gather all of you today to discuss practical examples of cross-border cooperation from across the OECD and beyond. And it is really great to see such an impressive turnover. So we look forward to exchanging on tools and approaches to strengthen economic development, improve public services, and enhance well-being in border communities. In this brief introduction, I just would like to mention 3 points. First, the importance of this topic for the EU, the OECD, and beyond. Second, the growing use of cross-border governance mechanisms in EU and OECD countries. And third, I would like to mention the objectives of today's event. So first, I want to highlight that supporting the development of cross-border regions is receiving increased attention from governments across the EU, the OECD, and beyond. There are several reasons for this. First, border regions often make a significant contribution to national economic development. In EU countries, for instance, we know that cross-border regions account for about 30% of GDP. Second, border regions often perform below non-border regions in key metrics. Many border regions are distant from large urban centers with more limited access to healthcare and other essential services than other regions. Road and rail transport connection also tend to be fewer in border regions, limiting the movement of people and goods, which strains their development potential. In 2021, for example, labor productivity in EU border regions was on average 14% lower than in non-border regions. The development gaps experienced by border regions can be attributed to fundamental, often structural barriers they face. These include legislative, regulatory, and territorial administrative obstacles, as well as cultural differences. For example, differences in taxes and tariffs have a significant impact on businesses in cross-border regions. Firms engaged in cross-border trade face costs of up to 50% higher than businesses focused on domestic trade, even within the EU single market. In 2017, legal and administrative barriers in EU cross-border regions alone were estimated to result in a loss of 3% of European GDP. This meant roughly 6 million fewer jobs in cross-border regions. Addressing even 20% of the existing legal and administrative obstacles is estimated to boost the GDP of EU cross-border regions by 2% and create over 1 million jobs. Outside the European Union, the barriers faced by border regions may be even more pronounced due to restrictions on the flow of goods, people, and capital between neighboring countries. The fundamental barriers faced by cross-border regions have also limited their capacity to effectively address disasters that span across national boundaries. These include floods, wildfires, and earthquakes, but also pandemics like the COVID pandemic. A lack of coordination among EU member states during the COVID-19 pandemic contributed to the GDP of cross-border regions dropping by twice as much as that of the EU average. So in an effort to overcome these challenges and unleash the potential of their border regions, many national and subnational governments have set up cross-border governance mechanisms, and this is the second point I wanted to mention. For instance, by 2023, more than 90 European groupings of territorial cooperations had been established across Europe. These bodies help shape and coordinate the actions of local, regional, and national government to achieve cross-border development objectives. In parallel, a growing number of border regions are providing public services on a cross-border basis, for example, in healthcare, education, and transport. More than 1,500 cross-border public service delivery initiatives were recorded in the EU in 2022. These initiatives have benefited from a range of EU and national support mechanisms. For example, the EU created different funding mechanisms to support cross-border development projects. Beyond the European Union, many governments have also established cross-border governance mechanisms. For example, in Latin America and along part of the US-Mexico border, local and regional government cooperate on water management and environmental protection. In Southeast Asia, growth triangles have been set up by regional and national government to foster cross-border economic development and trade. And finally, across the OECD and beyond, national and subnational governments work together to develop modern border infrastructure to foster the flow of people and goods while also ensuring security. So how these governance bodies are set up, the actors involved and the outcomes of their work reflect the unique challenges faced by border regions. They also reflect profound differences in the country's legal, regulatory, administrative, and financial frameworks supporting cross-border cooperation. A critical question for policymakers is how to ensure that cross-border governance is effective and durable. And the project has really addressed some of these points. I just want to highlight maybe three messages from the project. First, policymakers on both sides of the border need a clear and common understanding of shared challenges and opportunities. Second, it is essential to ensure the participation of public actors that have the necessary competencies and resources to address shared challenges. And third, it is also essential to have strategic planning documents that set specific goals and identify the partners and the resources necessary to help meet these goals. Finally, in a context of differing election cycles on either side of the border, it is fundamental to continuously invest in generating and maintaining political engagement and public support for cross-border cooperation. So these are some of the insights from the project that we will also discuss today. And the objective of this event, which is the last one of this project, is really to exchange knowledge and experiences about how cross-border governance is arranged in different contexts. It is to learn what approaches work well and where further improvement is needed. At the start of today's event, my colleague, Stéphane, who has been managing this project, will present the main project finding. We will also outline the different dimensions of the OECD cross-border governance framework, which we developed over the past 2 years. The framework provides a way for policymakers to think through and engage with cross-border partnership. It established 4 broad governance-oriented dimensions: institutions, strategic planning, funding and financing, and promotion and advocacy. Guided by this framework, we will take a deep dive into the cross-border governance mechanism adopted across the OECD and beyond. We will look at the specific challenges that cross-border governance initiatives address, and we will look at the different mechanisms that cross-border partners use to generate and sustain political and public support for cross-border action. And finally, we will look at the various financial, regulatory, and policy tools that cross-border partners need to address urgent cross-border challenges. So I very much look forward to hearing all of you today. I very much look forward to the discussion and to learning from you. Thanks again to all. Back to you, Varinia.
Thank you, Dorothee, and thank you very much for also highlighting some of the key points as to why cross-border regions are so important and their development requires particular attention. I'd like to turn now the floor over to Mr. Ricardo Pereira, which I believe many of you know. He is the Border Focal Point Coordinator at the European Commission's Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. You also all specialize in long names. DG REGIO is a lot easier.
We specialize in an ununderstandable acronym, which is even worse. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's really a pleasure for me to have the opportunity finally to have this meeting, getting not only the regions in Europe, but also the borders elsewhere. I think we have so much to learn everywhere. Thank you in particular for the OECD for having implemented the project. It was quite a challenge that we have started discussing a few years ago. And I'll only say a few brief words about why. Why is the European Commission promoting this type of things? First of all, because of the treaty. The Treaty of the European Union, some of you know, it has one article saying that the Union should pay special attention to some types of regions, including border regions. Why? Why? Because of the border effect. All these numbers that research points us to, they point to one very specific economic concept, which is the border effect. What do we lose for having a border there? The border plays a role. The border is there for something. It has to be there, but it has negative consequences. It has negative consequences in terms of unmet GDP, the numbers that we have just heard. This, if we would solve 20% of the border obstacles, those legal incompatibilities, we would be able to get a gain of 2% in GDP. This is a lot. 2% of GDP in 1/3 of the European Union is not peanuts. It's something that we should de facto be strongly looking at. It represents a great economic advantage. It represents a great gain of welfare for the population that should be there. But we need to be capable to move the discussion, the political discourse, the narrative, from the logic of only talking about the obstacles and pass to the logic of the opportunities and what can we do. In this sequence have led us to the ever more talking about joint governance structures and overarching legal frameworks. We need to be capable and bold enough to be capable to start discussing on this. What has the Commission been doing in the past years? There have been a few very strong political statements. There was one communication in 2017 called the Boosting Border Regions. There was a political statement in 2021 called the Living Labs of European Integration. Let's keep the title. European border regions are laboratories of European integration. What happens, what can function in border regions can function elsewhere. But what does not function in these laboratories is probably not functioning elsewhere either. And here is where people feel their European citizenship on a daily life. If I cross the border every day to go to work, if I work on the other side of the border, but my kid stays on school here, and the other kid goes to the school on the other side, and then in the end of the day, I go to the hospital on my side, and then I go to the shopping on the other side, here I'm feeling daily what it is to be European, to work with different cultures, to understand that my neighbor is different, but is a person, a normal person, and it's my proximity territory. We have had one third point I think we should be underlined is the creation of the legal tool of the EGTC, the acronyms again, the European Groupings of Territory Cooperation. This is a legal personality that is one of the first, not the first, one of the first types of legal personality that do not belong to one country, are not in the legal framework of one national country alone. They are in the European legal framework. They are under European regulation. This brings the advantage of having whatever mandate, whatever is the subject that is being managed by an entity which is not just belonging to this side of the border or to that side of the border, or which is not the sum of one part on this side plus one part on this side, because then there's a political change in one of the sides and we start the discussion. Having this capacity to have cross-border governance that is de facto joint and cross-border is one of the key challenges. And this points to one second line of thought, is the need to have legal frameworks that apply beyond the border. If we reach this capacity, if we can, on the logic of territoriality, approach the law to the logic of the space, and for something that is naturally cross-border, to have a legal framework that is cross-border, then we can get better management of public things. A river, we have the example of Minho here, should not be managed on this side or on that side. Different policies, the fish don't know where they can swim. They don't know, they don't understand the law. We need to have a cross-border structure to manage a border river, for example. This is just the easy example. This is one of the tools when I talk about the upcoming, what are we doing? There are two interesting things happening at European Union level that should be not forgotten. One is the revision of the Schengen Agreement. This will make changes. We will see some changes appearing for the cross-border entities soon. Let's see how different member states, how different legal frameworks apply. The revision of the Schengen Code included, that was adopted this year, included the need for member states to identify what are the cross-border regions, what are the cross-border territories, which will be taken into account in the event of exceptional border closures. Schengen is about having borders open. It allows for exceptional border closures. In the new code, it implies that the identification of these territories that will be kept, not kept open, that's not the word in the law, but must be taken into account in the eventual definition of exceptional border closures. This implies the member states, this implies the national level to assume a position and saying those territories are de facto cross-border and should be understood like that. This is one element that is quite interesting. The second element, which is quite interesting, is the, again, another acronym, FCBS or ECBM. Let's simply call it the new regulation on border obstacles. It's the official name for now, it's Facilitating Cross-Border Solutions. It's a regulation that is being negotiated now between the Council and the Parliament. The idea is to create a legal mechanism under European law that would allow a cross-border territory to point to one specific obstacle. I cannot cross with my ambulance. My life pool guards cannot teach on the other side because of the incompatibility of the law. And we propose a solution and would create the process for eventually, if the national level, if the competent authorities so wish, to implement a solution. This change of mindset, the way by which we look toward the regions, changing the mindset from only talking of obstacles and starting to talk about joint cross-border governance and jointly applicable legal frameworks would be a major change in the discussion of cross-border regions. And then we could eventually move strongly towards taking up this border effect. I won't take longer. Just one last comment. For me, there is personally It's personally very interesting to have this meeting for two reasons also. I've been working with cross-border issues for a long time. I've seen obstacles in different contexts in many different places. And I think there is one element that we all frequently miss, two elements. One, we miss the capacity to listen from elsewhere. We all say our borders are a very specific context. What happens in my borders, we have Schengen. Doesn't happen in Mexico, US. They don't have Schengen. So we simply don't look at. On the other side, it's exactly the same. They say, we don't have Schengen, they have Schengen. It's not the same. We have all these issues. We don't look at each other. And this is something that we are missing. All the institutions at this table, we work with cross-border obstacles. The changes on the concepts of what is a border between Africa, what is a border between Europe, within Europe and within Africa, they're totally different. But some elements are there that we could learn on both directions. And this is something that we're missing. For it, so interesting to be here. That's why I also came even with a broken foot. The second element that I pleased to have at this table is that we need to be capable to approach policy making from research-oriented projects. We need to have, and this is again bidirectional, we need to have researchers being capable to listen to policymakers, and we need to have policymakers being capable to listen to researchers. It's not unidirectional, it's both sides. And having the opportunities to bring these two worlds together, it's so much essential. Thank you so much. I won't bother you more.
Thank you, Ricardo, very much, and for traveling this way with a broken foot. But also highlighting, I think, many important points, but I'd like to bring out two of them. One is this notion that we need to move from the narrative of obstacles to the narrative of opportunities, because it's only by moving to a narrative of opportunity that I think you can move people forward to help create change. And the other, at least in Europe, this notion that crossing the border every day for many things, multiple times a day, is living the European citizenship. And I think that that's another very, very important point. And it'll be interesting to hear from others in the room about how that works in your areas and in your cross-border territories internationally. So with this, I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague, Jeff Upton, who is going to lead us through an ice-breaking exercise.
Yes, thank you very much, Maria, and good morning, everyone. So this is an international dialogue event, and the idea of an icebreaker exercise is to support the open exchange of experiences and ideas in subsequent sessions. And I'd like to put it on the record that I take the idea of an icebreaker very seriously and very literally, because it's the 112th anniversary of the Titanic sinking, which is a personal passion of mine. And I'm not sure how many people are aware of this, but the sinking of the Titanic was in fact a failure of communication. There was a young chap from Wales way up the mast who saw the iceberg coming from miles, and was late to tell the sort of swashbuckling Captain Smith what had happened once disaster struck. And so we're not going to do that today. We're going to move through the minefields, the ice fields, through an open exchange of experiences and ideas. So with that in mind, if we could have the next slide. In front of you, on in-person participants, you have two post-it notes. One is red and one is green. On the red post-it notes, I would like you to take a couple of minutes to write down what an urgent challenge is that is either facing your cross-border region and or your cross-border governance body. I'm not sure if you can see the PowerPoint, but they are also on there. On the green post-it notes, I would like you to write down the answer to which cross-border topics or initiatives you're interested in learning more about today. So take a couple of minutes to write those things down. And then once you've had a chance to do that, will give you due notice. If you could chat to the person next to you, and if you're sitting next to someone from your own organization, include a third, so we're mixing it up, take 5 minutes to discuss what you're interested in getting out of the sessions today and the urgent challenge that you're currently facing. And sorry, in online participants, if you could do the same, obviously you can't do it with someone else, but please write down answers to those questions and please write them in the chat and we will collect those and have them later on. So please take a couple of minutes to write down the answers to those 2 questions. Thank you. How are we doing? Maybe another 30 seconds, or are we? Yeah. Okay, great. And if everyone could just take 5 to chat with the person next to you, and if the person next to you is from your organization, with someone else to discuss what you've both written down on those post-it notes, and then we're going to chat about them. Thanks. Okay, maybe one more minute and then we reconvene. 1 minute warning. Okay, decibels were high in there during those 5 minutes, so it sounds like you all had a good chance to chat. Would anyone like to be brave and share what their group discussed? Challenges facing the cross-border region, or the cross-border governance body, topics or initiatives they're interested in learning more about today? So B, maybe we could start with you. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see. I apologize.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my point would be, so the red and the green, I guess. For the red one is asymmetric cross-border situations that are limiting the win-win game. And I think, for instance, of French-Luxembourg border. And on the green side, examples of financial and fiscal solidarity, which means asymmetric cross-border funding. There are examples existing, for instance, between Geneva and France. Why not between Luxembourg and France?
Great. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to go ahead? Yeah.
Now it's pressed. Yeah, now it wasn't strong enough. It's still too early on Monday morning. Well, I was not living directly in a border region. I still thought it's very important that the benefits of cross-border integration need to be better understood beyond the professionals. So I think all people who, like us in the room, and many more people, they are aware, they know and they can tell, but it's still not widely acknowledged. And a lot of things that we have achieved at EU borders and Schengen area and also beyond is taken for granted without thinking of all the efforts it has taken to achieve that. And that is put at risk if we are not really aware of that, and not everybody is aware of that. And what would I like to learn, especially about experience outside the EU and outside Europe, because I've been working on so many different regions in Europe, and I am very curious about other solutions, because maybe we always look inside what we can do, and maybe you have found some very smart solutions we simply have not come across yet because we are so much stuck into our own little potting. Thank you.
I think those are both very interesting reflections. Firstly, on the need for better cross-border awareness is something that we have come across repeatedly in this project. And I think also the sort of tunnel vision European focus is definitely something we're looking to build out from. Anyone else like to share? Yes, please.
Thank you. Our biggest concern is after the outbreak of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, our collaboration was with Russia originally, northern Norway, northern Sweden, northern Finland, and northwest Russia. So our biggest concern today, we know we more than ever need cooperation within the northern parts of the Nordics, but we are unsure of the survival of this body. So that's for sure, like the geopolitics really affect us. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Anyone else? And sorry, could I ask you all to state your name and your organization when we're going through this?
Morning, I'm Rui Teixeira, AGTC Rio, Portugal and Spain. First of all, thank you for the invitation of this event. Our challenge we would like to discuss is the administrative harmonization, because between two countries are some things are different, like tax or work or something like that. The green one is how to direct financings such as indirect or POC to the border area, because in Portugal and Spain is as well, the governments consider the cross-border all the country. So we want the financing is directed to the territorial, to the border. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so funding emerging is a bit of a common theme here. Any others who would like to share your experience? Yes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maarten Gezen. And keep pressing it? No, okay. All right. So good morning. My name is Maarten Gezen. I'm professor at the University of Leuven, but I'm working together with Eurometropolis, who is sitting there. My main concern is actually on political continuity. We have 14 partners and they have elections in a random order. So this does mean that our political field is changing every month by means of speaking. So to have them involved, to have them engaged, to have like a continuity in the decision making is one of the hardest parts I find in working with the Eurometropolis. And what I would like to learn today, or what I would like to see today, is how we go from concepts and collaboration and so on to actual projects to do something in the field, to have a change in the field, so that this idea of this European citizenship is actually demonstrated by means of projects. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, the electoral churn and the turnover of politicians is something that we've I think is a challenge for all cross-border regions, and particularly so in the case of the EGTC, Eurométropole, which has many partners. So Christopher.
Thank you so much. I'm Christopher Tangri. I am the head of partnerships and programs at the Borderlands Center of UNDP. One more vote going to the unequal cost sharing for service delivery. Marie shared the Luxembourg-France cross-border situation. And from my end, I would be very interested to hear how are people successfully making a business case for investing in Borderlands, especially for the private sector? We hear a lot about government interventions and removing barriers, but if they're good examples of making a cross-border business case, that's something I would be interested in hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Cesare.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cezary Ciszulkowski. I'm representing the AGTC Niemen Niemunas. It is the cross-border initiative which lies on Polish-Lithuanian.
Sorry, you have to press it.
Okay, yeah. Now our cross-border region is perceived as a region of higher risk. And it has a lot of consequences for us. From the point of view of our jurisdiction, of course, we as a AGTC couldn't focus on all the topics, but I think that the urgent problem is how to prepare and implement initiatives concerning the tourism, concerning the culture, and to attract visitors to our region, because we are partly we are living from tourism, because we are very interesting area from the heritage, from the natural environment, and we see that people are aware to come to our region because of the migrational crisis, because of the war in Ukraine, and we could change the perceive of our region, and I hope that I will find some solutions in discussions here and now. But of course, I would like in this moment to thank you very much for the invitation and for all the blueprint who was prepared for our region. I will tell more in further discussion about it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ezali. Maybe one more from the room. A final person that'd like to share. We haven't heard much from that side of the room, I have to say. It's been awfully quiet. Perhaps someone would like to break the ice over there. Francisco.
All right. Francisco Lara. I'm a professor in the School of Transborder Studies at Arizona State University. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have in the red card place stigmatization for media and policymakers in the U.S. Basically for the same reasons that you were expressing. It makes very difficult for local regional actors to focus in the promotion, for example, of economic development, particularly tourism, and also limit the ability of people interested in promoting cooperation to engage with the border. So that's an area of great concern, which is related to the political cycle, the political mood in the U.S. that present the U.S.-Mexico border as a region of high risk, as was said before. And in the green card, I was really interested. I'm really interested in learning more about these processes that Ricardo Ferreira was referring, the review of the Schengen agreement, particularly in regard to the provisions to allow cross-border regions to challenge EU policies that affect these regions. I think the pandemic create a lot of evidence that these multi-level governance structures don't function very well in situation of shock. And so I would like to learn more about how the new Schengen agreement is going to deal with these things that become so evident during the pandemic. Thank you.
Sorry, perennial theme of this morning. Thanks, Francisco, and thank you all very much for sharing. I'm going to ask Raj and Alison if they can collect all of the news that haven't been collected yet, and then in a second, we're going to do a little bit of a stock taking. Okay, so while we're doing that, I'd just like to flag some of the responses we've had in the chat, which I think some of which are aligned, some of which aren't. We've heard from the AEBR on the difficulties of communication between the local and regional level and the national level, which makes it difficult to solve legal and administrative obstacles. From Ireland, a particular challenge is the introduction of the electronic travel authorization scheme and the impact on cross-border tourism across the island. From Italy, we're hearing about macro regional strategies as something they're particularly interested in learning. And also from Ireland, separately, the challenge of remote working on a cross-border basis and the creation, the way in which that creates significant tax, social welfare and employment law challenges for workers and employers in border regions. What else? Sustainable development, social innovation, also topics that people are interested in learning more about today. Great. Okay, so I think in the interest of time, I think we'll actually stop there and we'll move to the next item. Thank you very much.
See, all right. I think we're all going to have to double check and make sure the little red ring is on. Thank you very much for these extremely, I think, interesting and pertinent both urgent challenges and topics or initiatives that you're interested in. I mean, we're all from different places and different border areas, and there's a lot of, I think, similarity and desire to learn from each other. One thing I do want to highlight before we move to the next point, and this came up very clearly and then more intuitively, is this notion of implementation. How do you implement a cross-border governance initiative or a cross-border governance body if you're not setting, or if you're just setting one up? And the different elements that feed into this. So for implementation, how do you minimize sort of the administrative obstacles? How do you manage the risk that it means to work across a border? And how do you finance it? Because unfortunately, without financing and also without the human resources, you can't go very far. So what does all of that look like in order to move a cross-border initiative forward? And one last point on that is an understanding of the cross-border realities. And I'm saying that also with respect to the tourism issue, with respect to the stigmatization issue that was brought up, I think is also really critical and we don't often think enough about. So with that, I'd like to move to our next session, our next segment, which is the presentation of the cross-border governance framework and the project findings. I'm going to be very curious to hear what everyone has to say about it, because I think some of you in this room have certainly contributed to this process. I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague Stefan Wieser, who coordinated this project and also led the drafting process of this report. Stefan.
Okay, before I start, just a little note on these little things. You don't need to turn it off. So the moment that somebody else clicks on it, it's taken away so that we don't have two people speaking at the same time. So for everybody, no need to turn it off. So yes, before actually going into the project results and the tool that we developed, just a little word on the structure of the day. I think everybody has seen the agenda, but just to go over it. So we'll have about 45 minutes of the presentation and a discussion, and then we go to the main part of the day, and that's actually the discussion with you experts, with you practitioners. We organize it into three sort of themes. The first one looks at laying the foundations for effective cross-border cooperation, looking at how is the institutional architecture set up to really support to address effectively cross-border challenges. It looks at partners, it looks at the institutions that are created, etc. The second group looks at, in a way, the impact. How can cross-border governance bodies work as vehicles or as tools to support socio-economic development objectives, how to improve accessibility of public services, for example. And then the third group looks at funding and financing, so how to ensure that there's not only sustainable but also adaptable funding, adaptable in the sense that it reflects changing needs and priorities and circumstances. And then finally, there's the workshop, but just to know that we're really going to prioritize the exchange here around this room and take the time necessary to make sure that everybody can have space to share their experiences, but also to ask questions to colleagues, because that's what the day is all about. So without further ado, a little word or two about the project. Nice overview of Kortrijk for the friends from the Eurometropole. So I don't think, and I see that it's a bit hard to see what's on the slide. My apologies for that. I hope I'm clear in my presentation. I don't think I need to spend too much time about the context, because that was already very well presented by Ricardo and by Dorothée in terms of why we are looking at cross-border cooperation and cross-border governance in particular. Just to recall that, as was already stated, I think the COVID-19 pandemic raised a lot of interest, generated a lot more interest and a sense of urgency in terms of how do we make sure that how do we best support cross-border regions to make sure that their level of integration is not very negatively affected by such decisions by national governments, for example, as in the case of the border closures. Just to highlight the fact that, as has been mentioned, that not only the EU, but also national and regional governments over the past 2-3 decades have established quite a few support mechanisms for cross-border governance. So funding and financing mechanisms, Interreg, you'll hear, I think, a lot about today, but the EGTC, the European Groupings of Territorial Cooperation, but also different policy instruments that have been created. And despite that, we still see that cross-border regions continue to perform less on a series of important indicators. So there's more work to be done. And I think that sets the scene for this project is when looking specifically at cross-border governance bodies, what can we learn about what is working well and what can be strengthened? On the right-hand side, you see 3 objectives that we had for this project. The first one is to look at 5 border regions, 5 represented here today, to assess how are their cross-border governance bodies arranged, what are their objectives, who is involved, what is working, but also what are some challenges that are being faced. And building on those lessons to look at how do multi-level governance arrangements, how can they support sustainable cross-border development, and finally building on that to develop a set of tools and recommendations that other regions can use, not only sort of other EU cross-border regions, but also beyond, to either establish or to reinforce their cross-border governance mechanisms. So here you see the pilot regions that we've had the pleasure and the honor to work with over the past 2 years. We've worked with the EGTC Nemanus-Niemen on the Polish-Lithuanian border, the EGTC Métropole Lille-Courtrai-Tournai on the French-Belgian border, the oldest EGTC. We worked with 3 partners on the Luxembourg-French border, the EGTC Alzette-Belleval, and 2 regional associations of local governments, one on the French side, Pôle Métropolitain Frontalier, and ProSud on the Luxembourgian side. We worked with the still one and only cross-border hospital in Europe, the EGTC Cerdagna Hospital. And last but not least, we've worked with EGTC Rio Minho, located in that groups local governments from northern Portugal and from Galicia in Spain. So as you will hear throughout the day, even though they're all EGTCs or they all involve European groupings of territorial cooperation, their objectives vary, the sectors in which they work vary, the levels of government involved vary, where some only involve local or regional governments, others include 3 or 4 levels of government. So there's a certain degree of diversity in their experiences. Then just a little word or 2 about the project methodology. How did we come to the results that we will present you in a minute? What we've done is we've organized a series of missions to each of the regions, fact-finding missions with not only the cross-border governance bodies, but also with a range of stakeholders that they work with, from the public sector, from academia, a little bit less the private sector, and community-based organizations. Based on that, we also organized multi-stakeholder workshops to identify what are the most urgent governance challenges faced in each of the regions, and try to collectively identify what are some actions that can be taken by the cross-border governance bodies and their partners to address those. So not depending on if an EU regulation is passed, but what can be done locally. That resulted in 3 basic products. One is the cross-border governance framework and tool, which we'll present to you in a moment. We've developed for each of the regions a blueprint that sort of uses the tool to assess what is working and what is not working, what can be improved. And then finally, a project synthesis report that looks back or that reflects on the lessons from the 5 pilot regions and beyond to identify what is working well, what can be improved, and what are some really important lessons that can apply to cross-border regions, both in Europe and beyond. Let's see if we can, yeah, okay. So some of the main project findings. As discussed, and it's now shown on the chart, cross-border regions generally underperform compared to their non-border peers on a range of key metrics. For example, in terms of GDP per capita, the average performance was 14% less than the EU average and about 90% less than non-border regions. Also in terms of employment, there's a slight difference, not as significant as in terms of GDP, but also on average, EU cross-border regions underperform border regions. However, as you may see in the map, and we'll share the slides so you can look at it in more detail, there are really important differences at the country level. So for example, in terms of GDP per capita, we see that in Denmark, border regions significantly outperform non-border regions, and in Ireland, it's the other way around, and also in Czechia, for example. Another indicator we looked at, for example, is labor productivity. Here again, we see that border regions underperform their non-border peers, but again, while the majority of countries, we see that border regions underperform, or the labor productivity is a bit less, we see some very significant differences. For example, in Czechia, the labor productivity of non-border regions is significantly higher, and in Italy, it's the other way around. So why is this? And I think this brings me to what Ricardo mentioned in terms of the border effect. There are a series of fundamental or structural barriers that cross-border regions face in terms of regulatory and legislative differences in governance structures. So the tiers of government obviously differ from one side to the other, but also the assignment of responsibilities among those levels of government. So how do you make sure that if there is a challenge to resolve, that the right actors talk to the right actors on the other side, that have the competences, that have the knowledge. Also, language and cultural differences can impact collaboration, not only between non-governmental actors and government, but also economic actors, businesses. As Dorothee mentioned, the cost of doing business internationally, the costs are sometimes 50% higher for businesses that compared to businesses that only focus on domestic trade. So in order to address these challenges, we've seen that governments have taken a range of measures to overcome those structural challenges. One way is, for example, to establish international agreements between countries. A nice example, I think, is an agreement between France and Belgium that from a decade and a half ago, if I'm not mistaken, that allows an ambulance service to cross the border if they can mount a more timely response. So that's a very specific solution through an international agreement. In other cases, we see that there are roundtable discussions, periodic roundtable discussions to coordinate in a semi-structured way how to address cross-border challenges. But what we also see is that many national, regional, local governments have established cross-border governance bodies. As mentioned before, 90 EGTCs, so 90 EGTCs, have been established in the EU. Most of them focus on cross-border cooperation, and these work alongside different institutions, such as Euro-regions, Euro-cities, etc. So why establish a cross-border governance body? What are the benefits of that? It provides a framework to align objectives and align discussions on what are the needs that we need to address among different actors from both sides of the border. It can provide a structure for transparent decision-making, making sure that it is clear who is involved in formulating solutions, who has the vote to make decisions on which projects go ahead or not. It also ensures reliant or stable cooperation, even amid political changes, which is a topic that we'll delve into later today. And it obviously can function as a vehicle for mobilizing human and financial resources for cross-border action. So in the regions that we've worked with, we've seen three, I don't want to say immediate reasons, but three specific reasons to create a cross-border governance body. In some cases, it is to address a very specific challenge. For example, in the case of the Cerdaña hospital, it is to make sure that the population in a cross-border region has increased access to quality healthcare. But in many others, it is the institutionalization of cross-border cooperation was to deepen and to formalize existing partnerships, to make sure that they're better organized, that they're consolidated in a framework supported by resources, etc. These bodies often focus on a wide range of sectors. And then finally, in some cases, we see that one of the main reasons to establish a cross-border governance body is to have a vehicle to mobilize funding, whether it's from the national, but particularly the international level. So what we see is that the cross-border governance bodies, the way they are structured, the partners that they involve, the internal governing mechanisms that have been created, largely or often reflect the scope of cooperation. So we see, for example, in some cross-border governance bodies that have a very specific focus, that focus on providing services in a limited number of sectors, that they involve much less governmental partners, because they only involve those that are really essential, for example, for providing quality healthcare in the Serrania hospital. But many focus on, for example, on enhancing socioeconomic development in the region, improving cross-border service delivery, and contributing to the overall well-being of citizens. They have a very ample mandate that looks at 5 or 10 or 15 different sectors: tourism, economic development, education, healthcare. This means that in order to achieve those objectives, they need to involve many more stakeholders. So often these bodies include as members representatives from local, regional, and national governments, though not always. We see a couple of, even though despite these differences, I think we can identify 4 main challenges. So the first one is securing the participation as former members or as partners of those government bodies that are really relevant to meeting the objectives. Because sometimes they're cross-border governance bodies that only involve subnational governments, but actually addressing issues related to river management or related to public infrastructure. They require the involvement of regional and national governments. So how can you, the challenge there is with your current members, how can you make sure that your needs, your cross-border needs, are actually met? A second challenge is how to relates to ensuring the participation, the structured participation of non-governmental actors. In most of the cases that we've studied, there was no space for formal participation of non-governmental actors. This can have logical or justifications, because they're not essential to provide a public service, because they're not called upon, they cannot be a formal member of EGTCs. At the same time, their participation can be crucial to ensure, for example, that cross-border initiatives that are developed, that they reflect the actual needs of citizens, of business community, that they are a stakeholder in identifying, in a way, the business case for cross-border cooperation. A third element that we've seen as a challenge is establishing and maintaining a capable and independent technical team. There are instances in which the different governance bodies that were supposed to be established are not operating, and this is often related to a lack of financial and human resources in the technical team to actually invite the stakeholders to support robust strategic planning, to develop project proposals, etc. And then finally, one of the key challenges related to the architecture of cross-border governance bodies relates to ensuring an adaptability. So in some cases, we see that after 10 or 15 years, there's a question of, is the institution that we have with the members that it has, is it still relevant given our cross-border needs and given the political dynamics? So how to make sure that the institutions can adjust to continue to add value for the members and for the cross-border region. One important way to deliver results is to make sure that the general objectives for cross-border cooperation can be turned into tangible action. For that, strategic planning can be essential, or is essential. But what we see is that the conventional approaches to strategic planning for regional local development, they often they fall short in cross-border regions. And this is for a couple of reasons. Often there is an absence of, well, for the development of regional and local development plans, you have a strict mandate that you need to follow. There's official regulations that call for the development of a local development plan within a certain period. For cross-border cooperation, this is often missing. There are good reasons for that, but it gives policymakers with limited practical tools on how to advance. And a second is that, as in many cases, there are already regional and local development plans in place, some of which may already integrate cross-border considerations. What is the need for example, an integrated development plan? Does it add value, or does it duplicate planning efforts and lead and undermine coherence? So with that in mind, what we saw is that basically 3 approaches to strategic planning were taken, or 3 formats for strategic planning were used in the regions that we've worked with. One is to develop what we call an integrated regional development plan that tries to identify what are the objectives for the 5 or 10-year period for the entire region. A second one is to develop an organizational development plan that looks much more at how can we as an organization develop to make sure that we can contribute to a set of objectives. And a third approach that we've seen is the adoption of more ad hoc, thematic statements or project plans, for example, that can allow for very flexible maneuverability, but that also it may lack sort of an overall vision of what we want to achieve. In terms of strategic planning, for those organizations that have developed, that do have a strategic plan, we've identified 3 main challenges. The first one is that sometimes they do not reflect the needs of a wide range of actors. And this comes back to the issue of how do you involve non-governmental stakeholders? Are their needs, can they actually be reflected in the strategic plans? And that is important not only to make sure that they reflect what is actually needed, but also because it can make, by involving non-governmental actors or relevant government actors in the strategic planning process, you can create an ownership, a shared ownership of delivering results. Secondly, we see that they often include very limited information on actual implementation. They indicate the results that need to be achieved, but how, through what means, which are the actors that need to be involved. And this is really important because cross-border governance bodies often do not have infinite financial or human resources or the competences to deliver on a wide range of objectives. So you need partnerships. So you need an idea of who will contribute with what resources. And then finally, we see that there at times is limited guidance in terms of monitoring and evaluation. So the objectives are clear. Sometimes the actors involved in implementation are clear, but a framework for monitoring and evaluation may be missing, which makes it hard to track, are we meeting the objectives? Do we need to adjust what we're doing? And critically, and this comes back to the point that Sabine said, how do we also communicate results? Because we are achieving results and we need to be able to share that to politicians, to non-governmental actors. And this final point is cross-border governance bodies, they struggle to measure the impact of the work. It's not that there is no impact, there's a lot of impact, but how to make sure that it is tangible and can be communicated to maintain political support. Then, on topic funding and financing, what we've done in the work is we try to look at both the funding and financing of the cross-border governance bodies themselves and separately for cross-border action. We've done this because what we often see is that cross-border governance bodies are maintained financially through membership contributions. Sometimes those represent almost all of the revenues that cross-border governance bodies have, which is really important because the membership contributions enable a stable collaboration. It means that there's can be a dedicated staff that works on cross-border governance, even though perhaps project funding may not be available or cannot be mobilized. But in a lot of cases, cross-border or the contributions from members are not sufficient to actually deliver on the results. It maintains a stable body, but in order to, as Maarten said, to deliver results, to deliver projects that have a tangible impact, additional funding needs to be mobilized. A lot of them turn to Interreg funding, the European partners, to do that. But the capacity to actually mobilize funding from a variety of resources, it depends on a number of factors. One is the human and financial capacity of the teams themselves. It also depends on the financial capacity of members. Can they provide co-funding to obtain international projects? But also, is there a willingness to provide funding beyond membership contributions? They say, we already provide an annual fee. We don't have the means, or we don't think it's necessary to provide more. And finally, we see that in some cases, there's ability to provide paid services to members. And this can also be an important top-up for cross-border governance bodies. So I'd just like to call out a couple of common challenges that we see to achieving sustainable funding and financing for cross-border cooperation. One is that in some cases, membership funding can be inflexible. It doesn't change on a year-to-year basis, which means that over time, due to inflation and due to changing needs, the actual funding may no longer reflect what is needed. Secondly, I'll join these points. We see that there are challenges in terms of the human resource capacity to mobilize, absorb, and spend funding effectively. Often the cross-border governance bodies have very small teams. So how to make sure that there's the skills and that the knowledge available to identify project ideas, to develop quality project proposals, and also turn to sources other than indirect funding. And finally, the capacity to absorb and invest funding. Sometimes there's the capacity to diversify, but then it is a challenge on how to make sure that those funds are effectively spent. It's really, really challenging for small organizations because it means that you have to quickly scale up your human resource capacity. And then when a project ends, you need to scale it down. And then finally, the topic of political and public support that was already mentioned by several of you during the icebreaker round. Continuous political and public support is crucial for a number of reasons. It enables stable cooperation. It enables the cross-border governance body to continue to exist, to obtain the financial support it needs to deliver on their mandate. It is essential for delivering not only, in a way, delivering on the mandate of the organization, so not only to have regular meetings, but make sure that tangible projects are implemented. And public awareness and support is equally critical, not only because it can enable the support of development initiatives that reflect actual needs, but it can also be a means to pressure the political side to see there is a cross-border challenge that we want to address. This is a priority for us. And finally, public support can be important, or public awareness can be important for ensuring that those cross-border goods that are offered are actually used by citizens and are used well by citizens. Here again, we see a couple of challenges generally across the board. See, one is that there's an initial surge of political support that leads to the creation of a cross-border governance body, but it can wane over time. This due to electoral turnover, but also because it takes time to deliver results. And if that takes time, it may be a reason for politicians to say, I'm no longer looking at this with as much priority as I did in the past. I think I'll keep it at that. Based on these lessons and based on the work that we've been able to do with the 5 pilot regions, what we came up with is a cross-border governance framework, an assessment tool. Really, the objective of this was to create a framework that policymakers in the pilot regions, but also in other regions in the European Union and beyond, can use to think about what does cross-border governance implies. What are elements that we need to think of when we either establish or we want to reinforce the structures that we have. But it's not only for the public sector, for policymakers. It can also serve international institutions and non-governmental actors to assess the effectiveness of existing cross-border mechanisms, to compare the performance, etc. So the objectives are fourfold of the framework. It is to assess the need for establishing or reinforcing cross-border cooperation. It is to support the design, the implementation, the monitoring and evaluation of cross-border action. It is to ensure sustainable and really important adaptable funding and financing to turn that into action, and to effectively promote and advocate for the needs and for the priorities of cross-border regions and their citizens and their residents. This is what the framework looks like. So it has four different dimensions. 1, the architecture, 2, planning, 3, funding and financing, and 4, promotion and advocacy. We divided those into different areas. So in terms of architecture, it looks at considerations for policymakers in terms of defining the specific need. What do we want to address? Why is there a need to establish a cross-border governance body? Then which type of cross-border governance body best serves the specific needs? And 3, how do we organize it institutionally to make sure that it functions well and can address those needs? In terms of strategic planning, it looks at, it provides considerations for policymakers on deciding what type of strategic planning format best serves the needs of the organization and its partners. It looks at different actions that can be implemented to achieve that mechanism, and also it includes considerations for monitoring and evaluation, not only for the cross-border governance body, but also for the actions. Then, as that, we looked at it includes considerations and recommendations on funding and financing for the cross-border governance body, but also of cross-border projects. And then finally, it includes considerations on promotion. So the promotion of the cross-border region, which relates very much to the issue of attractiveness that Cesare commented on, and maintaining political and public support for cross-border cooperation. So that's the framework. The framework is supported by a tool. So we've broken these 11 areas into over 140 considerations. And the tool is really, it can be used by cross-border practitioners, by cross-border governance bodies or their partners to see what do we need to establish. It can guide them through decision-making on strategic planning, on the institutionalization, on mobilizing funding. We try to make it as flexible as possible to make sure that it is not only relevant for cross-border actors that are thinking about establishing a cross-border cooperation body, but also those that have 15 years of experience and thinking there's a need to reinforce political support, or we need to reconsider the way we're doing strategic planning because what we're doing may not be working. And finally, the tool that will be published in about 3 weeks, it includes check and comment boxes to guide policymakers through that process. And it's really two critical points on this. The first one is it should not be considered a step-by-step process because the needs and the circumstances of cross-border governance bodies are different. The stages of development are different. So it's not a tool that should be used from A to Z, and that's how you solve the cross-border challenges. And second, it builds on the findings and on the work that we've done with the 5 pilot regions and on input that received over the summer when a draft version was circulated. Then just before, I don't know how much time I have left. Okay, perfect. Then just like to pick up on a few recommendations that are included in the report, 1 or 2 for each of the pillars. So what can policymakers do to establish and reinforce the architecture of cross-border governance bodies? One of the critical elements is to ensure the formal participation of those actors that can actually help the implementation, making sure that those actors that are needed are at the table and have a say. And really important to ensure that the cross-border governance body remains relevant, or the architecture remains relevant over time, which can mean reviewing periodically overall objectives. Are they still relevant? The membership base. Do we still involve the relevant actors, or are there changes needed? And also the internal governance structures. Are there some structures, working groups that are no longer functional? Are new working groups needed? In terms of strengthening strategic planning for cross-border development, what can policymakers do? Critical, we thought, is that when deciding on the development of a strategic planning document, to make sure that it reflects the available resources, not only for the design, but implementation, make sure that what is developed can be followed up, can be effectively implemented, and make sure that it complements those strategic planning documents that are already out there. So it can be effectively a tool for partners, local governments, regional governments, that has value added for them. Then in terms of ensuring a sustainable and adaptable funding and financing, which one shall I pick? I think one of the elements that we saw is that a lot of cross-border governance bodies, they turn frequently to Interreg funding to implement projects. Not always, but it's a really important source. But there is a wide variety of other sources that are available that are sometimes not sufficiently tapped into. So building knowledge within the organizations to look beyond Interreg, but also providing clarity for cross-border governance bodies by national government, by the EU, for example, on, in a way, guidance on what are the other mechanisms that we can use. Do cross-border governance bodies, are they eligible for this, and how can they apply? And then finally, in terms of political interest and support, one of the elements that we include in terms of recommendations is for cross-border governance bodies to periodically assess, survey the needs of citizens and of critical stakeholders, and to present those results to political decision makers, to show where are the needs, how are needs changing, and how does our organization respond to those. and for example, to also develop induction material, because as we all know, for policymakers in general, elections can be difficult because they mean losing institutional knowledge, but particularly in cross-border contexts where the elections are not synchronized, it can mean that on a yearly basis, 1 or 2 elections take place that affect the cross-border, the membership base of cross-border governance bodies. So making sure that there's an ongoing effort to share with incoming politicians, with incoming stakeholders, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? What are the results? And why is it important? What we're doing can be critical. With that, I would like to just say that in the week of the 18th of December, the synthesis report will be published. It includes reflections or includes the recommendations and the analysis that we presented, but much more, and a series of good practices from the 5 pilot regions and beyond. And we hope the tool and the report helps policymakers make the case for enhanced cross-border cooperation and improve what is already out there and what is already generating really important results. That's it.
I'd like to open the floor to questions, and also for our online participants. If you have questions or comments you'd like to share, please put them in the chat and we will turn to them as part of this question and answer session as well once we've finished in the room. Would anyone like to start? And if you do, please, Jeanne.
Sorry to monopolize the speaking. Well, I would like to say a word about the sort of comment about the issue of funding. I feel a sort of self-restriction. You address a question which is important, which is the funding of cross-border governance and cross-border governance action. But if you take examples of cross-border regions that are very much integrated, I think again of Swiss borders in Basel or in Geneva, then the topic is also about how to fund very big investments like regional trains. And in that case, the local governance organizations play a role of soft coordination. But when it's the point is to fund a cross-border tramway or a cross-border train, then it comes to a multi-level governance and to involvement of national and not only regional stakeholders. And I just give the example of the Swiss federal policy, where you have a state which is not in the EU, but which has agglomeration policy. And Swiss is funding investments in France and in Germany in the Geneva and Basel area. So I just wanted to insist on that, the fact that it's not only about, the action of EGTCs, for instance. Thank you.
Any other, I know that is there anyone else who would like to say something, ask a question? Yes.
Okay. Sonia Antunes by EGTC Rio Minho. Do you hear me? Okay. Our most challenge is about the multi-level relationship. Have you some examples of structures of EGTCs local with collaboration by the others levels of the administration?
Well, good morning, Daniel Codello from the city of Alzette in Luxembourg and also Secretary General of POSUD. Is there a plan to, a communication plan? Because now the job is done and this beautiful and very interesting and very important study will be published on the 18th of December. But when we say that 30% of the population of the European Union live in transborder regions, is there a communication plan to send it to the national governments, to make conferences about it in every state? We already asked our representative of the Commission in Luxembourg to be present when we will present it, because that's this German speaking. You do good things, but you have to speak about it. And I'm afraid I'm doing now cross-border policy for more than 20 years, and we have a lot of studies in our shelves, but I think we have to really profit from this important document to even, I think I will also inform our 6 MEPs of Luxembourg. And I think if everybody can do it in its region and on the national level, that this study was not worthless. I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for these comments. Yes, a big yes to Jean in terms of his comment. Obviously, we're not able to share the entire breadth of analysis in the report. We have focused mainly on the cross-border governance bodies themselves, but what we also recognize in the report is that particularly in those regions that are either more integrated or where they've identified, for example, the accessibility and affordability of public services to be a real issue, national and regional governments and their investment play a critical role. What we'll do also in the second roundtable session that looks at the role of cross-border governance bodies in supporting economic development, it will also reflect, I'm sorry, Sabine, for already talking a bit about that. It will reflect on what cross-border governance bodies can do to support that, but it is really important to acknowledge that also much work can be done outside or with some contribution of cross-border governance bodies. And for example, there are good examples from Luxembourg as well, where the French and the Luxembourgian government both invest in upgrading public transportation because congestion, because of the very significant number of residents on the French side that commute on a daily basis to Luxembourg. That leads to a lot of congestion. It means that the economic model of Luxembourg is dependent in a way on enhanced cross-border cooperation, on addressing those challenges, and also to the benefit of cross-border communities and communities on the French side of the border. So there we see clear examples of national governments and regional governments making investment in upgrading the physical infrastructure by making investment on the other side of the border, because they realize it benefits themselves. There are different examples of that, but yeah, I would just like to fully echo what you said. Then in terms of examples for multi-level governance, most of the EGTCs, most of the cross-border governance bodies that we studied, they involve different levels of government. So for example, AZ Belval has on the French side 4 levels, so intermunicipal groupings, the département, région, national government, and on the Luxembourgian side, just 2, because obviously there's only 1 level of subnational government and national government. And what we, and perhaps a colleague from AZ Belval may comment on that later, is but what they indicated, for example, is that it's critical because the decision-making processes are different, because a different set and a different number of actors needs to be involved. The question is, how do you make sure that you organize and you sequence decision-making in such a way that there's understanding on both sides of the border of what is happening and understanding of why it may go very fast or may take a lot of time. So that's 1. And 2, to think about, perhaps we need to initiate the development of a project ideas first on one side of the border because it can take more time, and then bring in the other partners from the other side so that the decision-making procedures overlap. So there's several examples there, and I hope that colleagues around the room may, during the plenary sessions, but also during the break, share some examples of how they manage the involvement of different levels of government that have different sets of responsibilities and competences. And finally, in terms of communication plan, really good point. This turns again to the issue of how do we communicate the results not only of cross-border work, but also analysis like these. The event such as the one today is one effort to that. In 2 weeks' time, we in the OECD, representatives from the 38 member countries are gathered that work on regional development. The results from this project will also be shared with them. The report is, as of early this week, will be in their hands for a revision. so they will be also aware of that, and we are more than happy to support any promotion and communication efforts at the local levels, as we did in Ash a couple of weeks ago. So yes.
Ricardo, any comment on communication?
Not on communication. On communication, the willingness is there. The clear challenge of reaching to national governments is evident. And it's something that we are more and more aware. But at the same time, we should state there is a problem of reaching out and lack of awareness, but we should not forget all that has already been done. And the level of awareness in different European policies has increased significantly. And the proof is the steps that are being taken finally on the new regulation. It's finally moving something. And the change in the Schengen Code comes as a consequence of the advocacy that cross-border territories have been doing in the European Union. On the funding, just one detail that Stefan pointed to. The opportunity for EGTCs to search for funding for projects beyond Interreg is something that is frequently forgotten, because thinking on a cross-border territory, we immediately think Interreg, and we keep on thinking on Interreg alone. But we forget frequently to acknowledge that Interreg is only 3% of cohesion policy. We still have the 97%, which by law can invest in cooperation. And frequently we forget to use that funding source. There is one challenge, which is frequently EGTCs are not understood as eligible bodies in some types of call for proposals. And my call is, whenever you find these elements, please let us know that on call for proposals XYZ or funding scheme, whatever, we came to the conclusion that the EGT is not eligible. So that we can try to raise awareness internally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo and Stefan. Are there any other comments or questions in the room?
I have a question. I think that the framework is a very valuable tool. I can see the relevance of this work even for the U.S.-Mexico border. Obviously, the level of institutionalization of cooperation is very different, but I see some opportunities here. I just want to say that some of the qualities that I see in the framework is that is a formative tool. I mean, it's an instrument that will allow the regions and the governance structures to examine themselves and identify opportunities to improve their capacity and their ability to improve the situation in the regions. I, however, have a question, and it's just probably connected with this idea about communication. What is the plan that you have in terms of evaluating the framework itself? One is available to the different communities and organizations in Europe. Are you thinking in getting some feedback? Are you thinking in using that feedback, for example, to update, to expand the framework? That's my question.
Thank you very much. What we try to do is practice what we preach. So we've used the framework as the basis for developing the blueprints for the five pilot regions. So we wanted to work with it ourselves to make sure that it works. And one thing in June we organized together with the European Commission an event in which representatives from across the EU were gathered to discuss this framework, and we had different workshop sessions to obtain input to make sure that it reflects, because the situation, even though a lot of the challenges may be in some extent maybe similar, the situation in each border region differs to a certain extent. So we wanted to incorporate that feedback, and that is reflected in this tool. How this is used going forward, it depends on the regions themselves. Perhaps Ricardo, if you would like to comment on the initiative that is implemented. But yes, we are very interested in also hearing back from the region itself, what is working, what are you struggling with, what elements are missing, and to make this in a way like a living document, but it depends on the way that how it is used by the cross-border community.
The tool has started from a project of the European Commission for within the framework of a pilot project of the European Parliament. So it was the European Parliament allocating budget for the Commission to implement the project, which did not include a follow-up monitoring of the process. But you touch clearly on one of the challenges that we have. We have different tools, different initiatives to promote cross-border cooperation. And then how can we assess the impact and how can we establish the causality effect, what did what? This is one of the big challenges. There are two big impacts that can be done on a periodical level. One is the impact of the GTCs itself. There is a monitor of the GTCs. And there is a second impact that hopefully will be set up in some time. In the framework of this new regulation, there will be a regular report of the Commission to the Parliament every 5 years, which will include a monitoring of the impact of this new regulation. And on those parallel mechanisms, we tend to identify also impacts of specific other instruments like this framework.
And if I just may give a last comment, I think there are a couple of other ways that we look at the impact. It's not always hardcore quantitative, but first it's an iterative process. So we bring in other dimensions and elements as we go along. So for example, when we started with the framework, it only had 3 dimensions. Now it has the 4. And those 4 have been refined. Also, the fact that it can be adapted, so you can look at just one element, or you can introduce your own bits as to what it is that needs to be in place, I think is another part that makes that a little bit more, let's say, could have impact, different types of impact in different places. We have developed other frameworks in the past and for other types of work, such as administrative capacity for public investment. And those frameworks, the way we know they've been successful is because not only, and they were also developed with the EU, not only were they, not only did the European Commission request certain countries to adopt the framework and actually develop the action plans that were part of this framework, but countries on their own adopted it as well. They weren't requested to do it as part of their funding program. But I think maybe just if we can spend 2 minutes, otherwise we're going to be very behind. I think the best thing to do is ask 1 or 2 of our pilot regions. All of you have received blueprints about your governance bodies based on this framework. And you're here in the room, and you're the best testimonial as to whether or not this framework makes sense. So if 1 or 2 of you from different regions could just highlight your impressions of the framework and the blueprint that resulted from it, maybe that would also help answer the question. Don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I'd appreciate a couple of words. Anyone? Otherwise, it'll seem like the framework didn't do a thing. That would be sad. Thank you.
So what it did for us is it's a fantastic tool to explain what we do to our partners. which may sound basic, but is really, really needed, especially at this time, because we still have questions about what we do on the daily, what purpose it serves, how we are useful. So it's a fantastic tool to explain, see, that's what we do and that's how we do it. Some people, some politicians that we have been working with for like 15 years now, 16, still don't have a clue about some of the things that we do, even though we communicate about it all the time. So it's a really good gateway to open the conversation with us.
Thank you. Yeah.
For us, the blueprint is an excellent document and excellent topics of reflections to our reorganization or to grow up in our institution.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. I hope that helped, Francisco. Okay, good. Just online, I think we have one question.
Yes, we have a couple of comments actually. We have both from Gyula Oksai, who's provided the Hungarian perspective. He's joining Jean from earlier in saying that it's very important to evolve the national level in terms of guaranteeing the openness of borders, and he's drawing particular attention to recent developments against free mobility in the Schengen area, the elimination of cross-border obstacles, and promoting the sustainability of cross-border structures when regular local elections take place. So keeping the show on the road, if you will. He's also, I think, sort of put an open question to you, Ricardo, regarding Interreg and why cross-border structures are bound to respond to Interreg calls. Firstly, because this is the most obvious resource whose system is well known by the actors. Secondly, because it's the specific fund that's designed for cross-border interventions. Third, the cross-border structures are rather neglected as eligible beneficiaries by the majority of programs. And fourth, because to submit a proposal, e.g. in Horizon, you need capacities which are often missing from peripheral border areas. I don't know whether you'd like to reflect on that very briefly.
Thank you, Gyula. We all agree that Interreg is the clear evident source of funding for cross-border structures. That's what it is designed for. It's the most well-suited for cross-border cooperation, that's clear. And we should not ever minimize the impact it has and the potential it has. And I totally understand that looking beyond that source of funding is much challenging, precisely because of what you point. Those other sources of funding have not been designed to suit cross-border cooperation, but we can fit cross-border cooperation in those sometimes. Not all the cases, the different contexts and the different types of calls, but in the regulation of ERDF for the current programming period 21-27, we have introduced the mainstreaming of cooperation, so the embedding of cross-border cooperation in mainstream programs. Mainstream programs, those that are regional programs, those that typically do not understand cross-border, that do not recognize EGTCs as eventually an eligible entity, they can also support cooperation. And it's more challenging to look for funding from that side. It is. But if we don't look for funding from that side because it is more challenging and those programs don't recognize EGTCs because EGTCs don't apply, then we are in a vicious circle. That was my challenge. Don't forget to apply. When things don't happen, please let me know so that I can make a bit of noise.
Thank you very much. With that, I think we're going to move to our roundtable session. If anyone needs to take a quick break, please do so you don't miss any of the roundtable session, but we are going to move right into it. We will have a opening presentation right now by Lori Trautman, who is the director of the Border Policy Research Institute at the Western Washington University in the US. So we will start with Lori's presentation, and then we will have a moderated discussion afterwards with some invited speakers and then the whole room and our guests online. Lori, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and Stefan for organizing that. Hello, everybody. I know just a couple of you in the room. We're going to jump to the United States-Canada border, and I hope that the experience that I'm going to share, I have a few slides, about 10 minutes, will be relevant and lay the groundwork for some stimulating conversation. Okay, it's working. And I did want to preface my comments by just saying that I run a research institute whose mission is to conduct policy-relevant research on the border with essentially trying to make the border work better and increase cross-border cooperation and governance in a particular area of the Canada-US border. So for just a brief amount of context, for those of you who don't know, the Canada-US border is the longest land border in the world. It's very diverse. Some areas are vast wilderness. Some areas are heavily populated cities that straddle the border. And because it's so diverse, the regions function in very different ways. So different goods move across different regions, people cross for different reasons, and that creates pretty distinct cross-border governance and mechanisms of cross-border cooperation that really vary. The particular region where I live and work is in that circle there in the far, far western end of the main border. Some of you may have heard of it before, referred to as Cascadia or the Pacific Northwest. I include the picture of the Peace Arch Park. This is an arch that's very symbolic about the friendship and the cooperation between Canada and the United States. It was built about 100 years ago, and it sits right in the region where I live and work. So there's, I'd say, a long history and foundation of cross-border cooperation in this region that really is different from other places. A few key aspects to lay the foundation for that cross-border governance here. One thing is that we have communities that are very far away from our national governments. Ottawa in Canada and DC in the United States are on the east coast of the continent. So there's always sort of been an ethos out here that we're far from the decision makers in our capital cities. We're going to sort of develop some of our own solutions and hope that they oblige. We also have pretty good foundations for a shared identity, and I think this is really important when we think about cross-border cooperation and governance. We share the same language, which of course facilitates that cooperation. We have a very intimately shared natural environment where we have waterways that are connected, we have natural resources that are connected. And I would say to a certain extent, we also share our political affiliations along this area of the coast, which also shapes how our leaders can work together at a subnational scale, regardless of national elections and national turnover. And this is pretty unique. We don't see this in other areas of the Canada-US border. If you were going to ask anybody who does this sort of work in North America, the Cascadia region is really the place of the strongest and most varied mechanisms of cross-border cooperation. So a little bit about sort of who is doing this. I won't walk through each initiative. I'll say that all of the work that I'm going to present today is initiatives that I'm formally involved in, so I'm happy to answer any questions for the rest of the day. And I wanted to talk about the stakeholders as kind of an ecosystem, because I think that reflects a bit of the organic nature of how people are working together in this region, which is perhaps very different from what you have here in Europe. We don't have the same sort of structures and the same funding support. There's more sort of a collection of different stakeholders coming together. It's also a little bit messy, I think, for that reason, which is maybe why ecosystem is a good way to describe it. So first and foremost, we have very engaged borderland communities. You can see the picture of the arch again. This is a collection of leaders and of residents in the border communities that work very much in partnership with regional leaders. And I often think that people who live in border communities are the most impacted by the border and often have the best ideas of what works and what doesn't work. So them driving some of the solutions is pretty key. And then, of course, having the regional leaders with the influence and the visibility can sort of drive that narrative to a broader policy level. We also have very strong tech ecosystems in both Vancouver and Seattle. Vancouver is on the left in this photo and Seattle on the right. And I don't want to overstate the role of these tech corporations, but we have entities like Microsoft and Amazon, and they have offices on both sides of the border. And so they have a very vested interest in promoting cross-border cooperation, getting their employees back and forth, and minimizing any disruptions to their businesses. So they do play a pretty key role, Microsoft in particular. Another very important component of cross-border governance here is the agencies that work on both sides of the border, whether that's federal, our border agencies themselves in Canada and the United States, but also the ancillary transportation agencies that meet regularly once a month and just sort of talk about what's happening at the border, what infrastructure expansion might be happening. And it's really key that they're communicating. And finally, as a sort of additional component of the ecosystem of national and subnational stakeholders, we have our Indigenous communities here. And we have cross-border Indigenous communities that had ancestral territories on other side of the border before the border existed. And increasingly, they are playing an active role in cross-border governance, claiming rights to ancestral territory on the other side of the border. So this is a very interesting space. It also is a very complex space because all of these this is just a map in the region showing all of the different tribes and First Nations. There's, I believe, around 60, and they're each, not all of them, but many of them are individual governments. So when they come to the table, they're not stakeholders, they're actually governments negotiating alongside other governments. And all of these stakeholders are really brought together through working groups, through ongoing initiatives. Again, they're sort of messy, they're structured, but they're not necessarily funded. But they're all underscored by high levels of trust. And I will say with the Indigenous communities, that's something that's still very much being developed. But if there was one ingredient that I had to say was the most successful component of cross-border cooperation in this area, it's really trust. So briefly, a little bit about these multi-scale governance structures and sort of how are we connecting and how are we cooperating. This maybe touches a little bit on some of the things that were mentioned earlier. It's very important, I think, to have both horizontal and vertical linkages. So this is an organization called the Pacific Northwest Economic Region. You probably can't see the tagline, but it's called Global Challenges Regional Solutions. And this is all of our subnational elected officials coming together on both sides of the border and talking about shared challenges. So there's these horizontal linkages that are linking the subnational governments, but what's very important is the vertical linkages to the national governments as well. And so this is one particular forum where we have people we have the ambassadors from the US and Canada come, and we have headquarters level people come, and they're learning about these regional solutions and challenges, and then they're bringing that back to their respective national governments in DC and Ottawa, so that we're actually able to influence and communicate a lot of the work that we're doing vertically as well. I mentioned the role of the private sector, but we also have really good partnerships between private sector and the government, and these are shaping some of our initiatives cross-border. So one example is a high-speed rail project that is still in the kind of feasibility stage to create high-speed rail across the border. We don't have this in North America. You do it very well in Europe, and there's multiple things we could talk about with this project, but the important point for today is to say that this is co-funded by Microsoft Corporation and by subnational governments. So a very interesting example of a public-private partnership. And the how of how we're doing this is very different, again, from the European Union. Most of this is completely voluntary work. It's voluntary agreements. This is the governor of Washington and the premier of British Columbia shaking hands on a memorandum of understanding, which essentially says, yes, we like each other, and yes, we'd like to work together, and yes, let's promote some of these cross-border initiatives. So that has both meaning, but also weaknesses, of course, because it's subject to turnover and lack of structure. So a little bit about kind of the shared opportunities and solutions. I mentioned we have this innovation economy that straddles the border, and we have private sector leading efforts to actually connect us. So one of the big challenges we have in this region is cross-border connectivity, whether that's transportation or that's labor mobility. And this is an image of a float plane. We call it the Nerd Bird because it connects the Microsoft offices in Vancouver and Seattle. But a great example of the private sector bringing a solution to government and saying we need a new cross-border transportation route. And so this was very much a solution driven from the national or subnational scale. I also mentioned we have this shared natural environment. This is another close-up of a photo. And we have a lot of vulnerable fisheries and vulnerable wildlife in these shared waters. And we used to have 3 different names for these shared waters. And one was on the Canadian side and one was on the US side. And about 15 years ago, we decided to create one common name called the Salish Sea for this entire ecosystem. And that might just sound like semantics, but it created a common platform for people to engage on because we started thinking of this natural environment as one shared natural environment rather than what exists north of the border or what exists south of the border. And finally, making the border work better in general. Again, different challenges in North America than you have here, but we have billions of dollars of goods that cross just this one area of the Canada-US border every year, over 20 million trips back and forth. So the extent to which we can work together to make that border work better has a huge impact, not just to our businesses and our economy, but to our families who are very, very much connected. And I will say that the other unique thing about this area is that we have developed many solutions. Some of those are identity cards. Some of those are intelligence sharing information between Canada and the US at the regional scale. And those have been adopted by our national governments and are now binational policy. So a direct connection, we talk about how do we measure the successes, which is still very much a challenge for us. We have some tangible examples of how regional solutions can drive binational, or regional solutions can drive these binational challenges. So finally, my last slide, I would be remiss not to point out the challenges and weaknesses associated with this model that on one hand is innovative and dynamic, but also does lack a more formal structure, particularly when it comes to funding. So natural disasters are a real challenge for us. This is a photo of a river system. You almost can't even tell it's a river. There was so much flooding. About 3 years ago, we had a major flood that crossed the border. And the challenge with this situation is the river is on the US side, but when it floods to the Canadian side. So how do we tackle this challenge when sort of the burden is on one side of the border, but the benefit is accrued to the other side? So we have a task force that was put together after this flooding event to try to tackle these issues. But I would say this is still very much something that is progressing and we haven't quite solved yet. Cross-border infrastructure is a challenge. I mentioned the high-speed rail, which is, of course, a huge, ambitious project. But this is a photo of just a sidewalk that crosses the border. That little monument there marks the international border. And I don't know if you could tell from the photo, but there's 2 different color bricks. This was a sidewalk that took us 10 years to build. It goes actually through the border crossing. It's supposed to be the pedestrian component. And it took us 10 years because we have different funding cycles. We have different rules around bricks. So it gives you a little bit of a sense of how difficult infrastructure projects can be and how sometimes we have this sort of border blindness where we're not looking past what happens at the border. And finally, the last point is just the border itself. You know, we talked a little bit about COVID here and the disruptions in Canada and the US. We had border restrictions in place for 1.5 years. And there was very little we could do about that at the regional scale. We tried, we advocated, we had these vertical linkages, but when it comes to it at the end of the day, the border itself is really the federal binational jurisdiction, and it has a huge impact to how we are able to work together and how we're able to cooperate, and that's a real challenge that remains. So I will end it there, and I guess just say I'm looking forward to a conversation with something we're struggling in our region and perhaps here as well, of how do we manage those institutions that provide structure and provide funding, but also allowing for ideas that can stimulate change and allow for that flexibility and that innovation. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Laurie, thanks very much. And just to highlight, I think you brought up some very interesting points. One is about the importance of trust and institutional and interinstitutional trust. I think that's critical for making any system work. And I'm just going to put out there some things maybe eventually to discuss is this. It's really interesting, this Microsoft and subnational public-private partnership for funding, especially because one of the things that we see here is that not all subnational authorities have the capacity to enter a PPP successfully. So that's something that definitely I think if we can eventually touch upon. Also, the fact that you have two large agglomerations, Seattle and Vancouver, and in other cross-border areas, you don't have these large agglomerations on both sides of the border necessarily. So what advantages and disadvantages are there to that? And the fact that the other really important fact that a name isn't just a name. And it really can bring people together. So thank you very much for your presentation and sharing your experience. I'd like to, before we move into a discussion, I'd like to know if anyone has any questions or comments for Laurie in the room or online. Okay, then I would like to ask one of my questions, and it's the question about the public-private partnerships and how has that worked, and how have you built the capacity of the subnational authorities to enter this? Did they go into it themselves? Did Microsoft sort of say, "Oh, don't worry, we'll take care of it"? What happened?
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, capacity is a key component because I think we would say, I just recently was at a forum where we were talking about building bridges across borders and how even in other parts of Canada and the US, that's often a partnership between private sector and government because government doesn't have the capacity all the time to do what it takes to, bring that expertise and that knowledge to make things work very well, and of course to do it in a dynamic way. So I think in the Cascadia example, maybe one of the unique features is having this multilateral or this large corporation that's very place-based. So Microsoft is very focused on the Seattle community, and then of course by expanding into Vancouver, created that linkage in a very strategic way. And it hasn't been, I wouldn't say there's a formal, it's really unique. There's not a formal sort of public-private partnership between Microsoft and say the state of Washington. The High Rail study is a good example of an entity where multiple jurisdictions are pulling funding together to sort of put into the pot, and Microsoft is put into the pot, so to say. So I'm trying to think of good learned lessons from that can be transferred, but I guess I will just say maybe when you have a private sector champion whose goals and mission align with what governments are trying to do, whether that's cross-border cooperation or something else, then that creates a very strong and impactful synergy. I think the US in particular still struggles very much with public-private partnerships, but the role of the private sector is pretty apparent in many of these efforts. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I think thank you very much. And now I'd like to open this up to our moderated discussion. I'm sorry, Christopher, do you have a question or do you want to? Yeah, please.
No, thank you, Laurie. My question is more about the incoming new US administration, which has announced a lot of mass deportations. And if we look at the 2017-21 presidency, we saw a lot of people preemptively fled the United States to Canada. So I was wondering, how is the Cascadia region preparing for that? Do you expect the Canadian side to have more border enforcement in anticipation of this? Are you sub-regionally developing any preparation plans for, January's incoming administration in the US side?
Well, I'm happy to speak with you afterwards about sort of details of that. I will say from a cross-border cooperation standpoint, it's very daunting because I think I mentioned, the purpose of my institute is to make sure the border doesn't thicken, and it is thickening, and it has thickened since COVID, and the incoming administration will likely thicken it even more, which not only makes it harder for people to cross irregularly, but makes it much harder for those of people who are crossing on an everyday basis. Without getting too much into the politics or the weeds, the interesting thing about irregular migration between Canada and the US is that it's actually pretty focused on a particular area, which is the New York, Quebec region. So we have seen that in other areas, but in terms of sort of preparations and focus and certainly media attention, that will really be in another area than where we are. But it is a concern. And it's a concern not just from the perspective of irregular migration, but from tariffs as well. And so, we talk about the impact of tariffs on cross-border trade. That's actually something that's more concerning to me where I live in my region as in terms of having an impact on cross-border cooperation and connectivity.
Francisco.
I have a question for Laurie, and it's related to a comment that Stefan made during the presentation, saying that one of the challenges that they found during the creation of the framework was that some of the groupings that didn't have mechanisms to facilitate engagement of the non-governmental actors into the decision-making and the planning process. The situation in North America regarding cross-border cooperation is very different because it's, as Laurie said, tend to be very informal, voluntary. There are legal restrictions that limited the capacity of local governments to engage in cross-border cooperation. So my question to Laurie is about what can we do to reach the government and non-government actors in the context of North America? What is the experience of the U.S.-Canada border in that regard? How much of the cooperation that we see over there is led by NGOs, private or non-government actors of other kind? So I don't know if you have any insight into that, any comment on that.
Thanks, Francisco. One thing I probably should have mentioned, because I didn't go into all of the different initiatives, was they are multi-sectoral, and I think that's the key to their success is the one that I mentioned, the Pacific Northwest Economic Region. I think I mentioned that it's subnational elected officials, but it's also industry as well. So you have a real conversation between, say, potential energy legislation that might be put in place either at the subnational or the national level with the actual energy producers. And so the structure of the initiatives, if that allows for that conversation, I think is perhaps where the successes have been in our experience, and making sure that the stakeholders are sort of coming from an ecosystem, if you will, and not just government, but there's a real interplay and interaction between the stakeholders, would be one way, just the structure of the initiatives themselves.
Thank you. Jeff, do you want to take us online?
Yes. Questions are flooding in for Laurie from the chat. Three, I think, in particular. One is to do with the voluntary agreements that you mentioned. A question is whether there are more formal agreements in place between Washington State and British Columbia, and if so, what are the areas in which those agreements have been agreed? Another question on the interaction between the region and the national level. Do Washington, D.C. and Ottawa listen? And are they happy to facilitate, or are they a block? And a third question on FIFA, the next World Cup. Have the Cascadia border regions promoted the issue of the border in the context of the next World Cup? And that question is coming from San Diego, given the sort of Tijuana linkages.
Oh, great. Well, thank you, everybody, for the questions. I'll be brief because I don't want to take up all the time. Yes, there are examples of more formal cooperation between Washington and BC, particularly in environmental cooperation. That's one where we're very strong, and we have formalized some of those agreements. We also have cross-border energy trade, where we're sort of have formal agreements there. And then I would be a little remiss if I didn't just point out that the Canada-US relationship also, of course, is filled with formal agreements related to labor, mobility, and related to security too. So those impact us. On the regional and the national, that vertical linkage and the question of, do the national governments listen? Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. And I'm really glad somebody mentioned FIFA, because I'll work that into the answer to this conversation, and also actually that touches a little bit on the role of the private sector. So I mentioned during COVID the challenges that we had related to the border closures. We have one community where I live that's completely cut off from the United States. The border cuts it off. It's attached to Canada. So they were completely isolated during the pandemic. And we were trying to create this concept of a trans-border community, and a little bit of, I think, what you're able to do or are doing over here. And argued, for some exceptions and exemptions for this community, and we got almost nowhere. And that was because we had agencies dictating what was happening at the border that weren't even the border agencies themselves. They were public health agencies. And so that became a situation where we were not able to, the national governments were not listening to us at all. But times when they have listened to us, I think I briefly mentioned we've done projects in our region where we have provided solutions that have gone all the way up to the national level. One example is actually something we created regionally between British Columbia and Washington State in the lead up to the 2010 Olympics, which were in Vancouver. And our governor at the time was concerned that people would not be able to travel to the Olympics because many Americans don't have passports. So she worked with her counterpart in British Columbia to say, hey, can we take our driver's licenses and add in an extra layer of identity and use those to cross the border? Which sounded like a great idea, and it sounded so great that the federal governments in both Canada and the US turned that into a policy. So there are many times when the national governments do listen. And on FIFA, that's a fascinating example of an interplay between public and private sector. So we have the Men's World Cup games coming to North America, Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And actually Vancouver and Seattle are the only two cities where the games cross the border. And they've scheduled that in a way that they alternate between Canada and the US. So we expect a lot of people trying to move back and forth. And as a result, all of these stakeholders engaged in this region doing cross-border cooperation have really seized on FIFA as an opportunity to say, hey, we've been trying to promote cross-border integration, cross-border cooperation, this idea of a two-nation battle. And so we're working very hard to leverage the World Cup games to really leapfrog and promote a lot of the cooperation that we do. And I was just in a meeting in Washington, D.C. last week before I came here, where we had the Canadian and the U.S. government folks in the room with the private sector trying to figure out how can we facilitate cross-border travel during the game. So that's not all regional. Some of that is, of course, at the national scale. But the region is leading the way, again, in kind of saying, hey, we have these ideas. We have the private sector at the table who is willing to sort of engage in some of these conversations. Can we try out some things at the regional scale in advance of the World Cup games that the national governments in the end, because we do have this border jurisdictions, are the ones that sort of have to say, yeah, sure, you can give it a try. And maybe if it works, we'll implement it on a broader scale.
Laurie, thank you very much for such comprehensive responses. And I just want to acknowledge San Diego on the line, given the 9-hour time difference. I'm very impressed, and I thank you very, very much. I'd like to now move into our moderated discussion. What we're going to do is we're going to have a few speakers share with us their experiences and also open this up to questions at the end of that, both in the room and online. What we're going to do is look at issues such as identifying shared cross-border challenges and priorities, so how that happens, and what's the role of cross-border governance bodies to really address them effectively. We're also going to look at a bit at public and non-governmental partners in identifying the appropriate scale for cross-border cooperation and joint action. And we've already been talking about that with Laurie. So what I'd like to do is to ask Christopher Tangri from the Partnerships and Program, who's the Partnerships and Program Specialist at UNDP Africa Borderlands Center, to share some insights into how cross-border cooperation is organized in Africa, and with a specific reference to the Lake Chad Governors Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to give a brief overview of what is the borderlands dynamic in Africa, talk about our center, and then, as mentioned, go into the example of the Lake Chad Governors Forum. So the UN Development Program, we established a center 4 years ago, really as a dedicated center to do much more research, policy, and data work. But as mentioned earlier, we also have an arm focused on implementing the recommendations we come up with. On the African continent, you have 55 member states of the African Union, 54 in the United Nations. We do not acknowledge Western Sahara. Our data sets always use the UN definition. You have 107 unique border pairs across the African continent, and we are looking at about 50,000 formal and informal border crossings across Africa. There's a lot of work that was done looking at footpaths on satellite imagery to understand where are informal crossing points in Africa, and that is around 251,000 kilometers of borders on the mainland in Africa. So this is a very large, very diverse, complex set we're dealing with. I saw earlier that about 40% of the territory of the EU is border regions. In Africa, that is around 14.5%. So on average, there's a much bigger distance between the centers and the border regions, which is also really reflected in the socio-economic developments. We do not have a nice GDP comparison. The data sets are not available. I would love to just say what is the difference in economic output. I cannot. So, but I can tell you that we have collected about 580,000 data points for 2 sets of borderlands. One way we define borderlands using GIS data is 30 kilometers from an international border. And the second way we define borderlands, and I didn't actually hear a definition, I'll be curious later how you did it, is looking at second-tier administrative levels. And those are the 2 ways we use. We're talking about 220 million people who live in immediate borderlands, 30 kilometers of borders in Africa out of a population of 1.5 billion. Or we're looking at about 330 million people who live in administrative borderlands. I think we can summarize of the dynamics in borderlands. These are areas who have significantly less presence of the state. We see significantly less service delivery ability. We know that these are displacement hotspots. 60% of all UNHCR offices are based within 30 kilometers of a border. People who flee as refugees often move to a neighboring country and are either deliberately or they're being kept right in the borderlands. We know that displacement for internally displaced people tend to go to borderland regions. So these are the regions that host most of the displaced populations in Africa. We know these are conflict hotspots. OECD Sahel West Africa Club did research in West Africa and the Sahel using ACLED data, geotag, that can show we have higher conflict incidences, higher criminality incidences in border region. Often that has to do with the fact that these are hubs for insurgencies. It is convenient to do an attack in one country, flee to another country, and you will not be followed. So there are reasons why borderlands attract more cross-border violence. And these are also areas where we see, of course, a lot of trade opportunities, but we did research on what are the biggest needs of borderland communities, and two things came out. Access to finance. 89% of people we interviewed across 8 countries, 52 borderlands, said we don't have any access to capital. There's no banks, there's no private sector presence, so we cannot start, grow, or sustain businesses. And the second is access to energy. Now, these are shared concerns in other regions in Africa, but they are far more pronounced in borderland regions in Africa. So we've set up the center, as I said, also to focus really on implementation. We have an office in every single country in Africa, in 55 countries, UNDP. So our center develops new programs that are then implemented by our country office. And we have currently 40 active cross-border projects across the continent. I'll speak very shortly in a moment on the Lake Chad, just to give you 4 frameworks that the African Union has established that are somewhat similar to initiatives here on the European continent. The first is the African Union established the AU border program in 2007. This is the central body within the Political and Peace Building Commission in the African Union looking at border issues. They are focused on border demarcation, on border management. So they are really traditionally looking more at the security aspects of borders, less on the cross-border cooperation. You also have the Niamey Convention that was signed in 2014. That is the overarching framework to promote border member states to ratify, and only 8 have ratified this convention. So you hear this often referenced, but it de facto has very limited actual powers because it was never ratified. In 2020, we had a new strategy called the AU Border Governance Strategy. I heard earlier, I think, from obstacles to opportunities. The AU calls it from barriers to bridges. It's a similar thinking. This is a policy. It does not require ratification, but I think it could be interesting also for you as you roll out your new cross-border governance framework from the OECD side. This is a similar strategy for Africa. And then finally, one framework that was adopted and ratified by 48 countries is the African Union Continental Free Trade Area, which went into effect 2018. And that is really focused on promoting a common market and trade across Africa. And this is very much going full steam ahead. And I think it's the strongest entry point we have for promoting cross-border collaboration. Maybe one more minute to give one concrete example of a project that we're supporting is the Lake Chad Basin Governance Forum. For colleagues not so familiar with that region, this is an area where Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger come together, 4 countries around the lake. And this is an area with a lot of violent extremism. You may have heard of Boko Haram, which is a violent extremism organization. And there was a lot of displacement. Up to 300,000 people were killed, several million displaced. So there was really a need to see how can we jointly tackle the crisis of Boko Haram, both from a security collaboration standpoint, but more importantly, how can we do what we in the UN system call stabilization? Once you regain territory from Boko Haram, how can we quickly re-establish the presence of the state, infrastructure, police stations, schools, healthcare facilities? So what we established, and just to go through the steps, first we had a regional stabilization strategy approved by the African Union, which anchors this sort of at the continental level. Then we worked with the Lake Chad Basin Commission, which is the regional mechanism, the regional economic community in that sub-region, which then is the custodian of the strategy. We then developed the Regional Stabilization Facility, and that's where UNDP comes in, which is donor funded with about $200 million. So our role is at UNDP to fund and implement these projects, but with the oversight of the regional and continental bodies. There is something called territorial action plans. So these are sort of what you would see as sub-regional shared priorities for the region. And then each of the sub-regions in the 4 countries has what they call joint action plans. Every year, all the governors from 8 level 2 administrative regions in that 4-country area meet at the governance forum to jointly agree on these territorial action plans. That's our oversight mechanism. It doesn't really have a legislative function, but it is a mechanism that we think has worked quite well to create shared understanding and priorities to addressing the impact of Boko Haram. Let me end here. Thank you so much.
Christopher, thank you for highlighting what is happening in Africa and the challenges that you face, because some of them are similar and some of them are extremely, let's say, different or much more intense. So I think that's something that we can all learn from. I would like to now move to Jose Cruz from the Global Initiative, who's the Global Initiative Coordinator at the Association of European Border Regions, to briefly introduce the Committee for the Development of the Uruguay River Basin and provide some insights on decisions by local actors regarding the type of body to establish and its membership and governance structures.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to the OECD and also DG REGIO. Briefly to explain you that ABR is a European organization promoting cross-border cooperation for the last 50-something years, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the last 15, where we have been exchanging or promoting the exchange of cross-border cooperation between Europe and Latin America, Africa and Middle East, with the support of DG REGIO at the very beginning and International Partnerships DG right now of the European Commission. Also with the support of some of the ABR members, border regions and EGTCs. Rio Minho has been participating in some of our activities. And to tell you that we have, and we are right now, collaborating with, mainly in Latin America, with a lot of border areas in the Andean area, in the Andean community, Peru, Ecuador, and really happy to see Peruvian representative here, Peru, Ecuador, Peru, Colombia, Colombia, Ecuador, and also in the Mercosur area, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. And at the end of my presentation, I will be speaking a little bit about this experience of the Uruguay River. We started with doing research on the situation of border areas in Latin America, funded by DG REGIO some years ago. And what we have been doing, and we have found out, is that in the last 10, 15 years, the most successful experiences or projects in Latin America are located in areas where the cross-border governance is properly implemented and is being developed. Every time that we arrive to a place to promote exchange of knowledge between Europe and Latin American cross-border cooperation, every time that I go there is someone telling me, okay, we would like to talk about economic development and about mainly tourism. This is something now that every time that you go to a place, everybody wants to do something about tourism. And the first thing that we put on the table is, okay, first let's talk about governance. And let's analyze governance. Let's analyze how is the cooperation between the two sides of the border, the balanced cooperation between both sides. How is the situation? How is the participation of the local authorities and the national authorities, the cooperation between them? And we see that only in places where the national governments plus the local authorities are really active on promoting cross-border cooperation, we can see how the cross-border cooperation is getting good results. The second thing, of course, is about structures. And we have here a lot of European structures, EGTCs and other structures, but it's extremely difficult to find in Latin America, South America, formal cross-border structures. And even if we find informal cross-border structures, not always it's easy to support them. So when we see a border where there is a formal or informal structure, we see that there is a huge potential of for the promotion of cross-border cooperation. I can give you some examples. One of them is in the Titicaca Lake area between Bolivia and Peru.
even if the political situation sometimes is not the best one, even if the economic situation is not always the best one, having a 20-year binational cross-border structure that is called a binational authority of the Titicaca, we see how through this structure, international cooperation, the European cooperation is implementing or funding projects at a cross-border level. And the third, of course, element is to promote longer-term strategies. And we see some nice examples of small villages in border areas where even if they don't have funding for promoting cross-border cooperation, thanks to the development of a strategy, they have been able to achieve huge results. Considering these three key elements of governance, we started to set some or to implement some projects in Latin America, funded mainly through the Eurosocial program of the European Union, of the Triangular Cooperation Program, Adelante, and through TAIEX projects. And currently, now we are starting to submit a project proposal within the TAIEX project, for instance, for the Peruvian and Ecuadorian border. So where we can find these elements? We have really good examples in Latin America, but I would like to talk about this specific one, that is the one in the Uruguay River Basin, and specifically in the triple border between Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, where we can see this good experience or good practice of collaboration at different levels. You have the national level, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and the administrative cooperation of the Uruguayan River. So national level working together in order to promote the development of the river basin. But at the same time, there is an informal structure that is called the Committee of Local Authorities for the Promotion of the Uruguay River. And yes, it is informal, no budget, informal, no bilateral or trilateral legal agreements, but they have been able during the last 15 years, 20 years of implement several activities there. So how important is having this cooperation, having the structures, and having a long-term strategy. This strategy implemented or developed there in this area has been supported by ABR, the European Union, and EGTC Rio Minho. We took the example of EGTC Rio Minho strategy in order to implement that in this river basin area, border area. And as a result of these three key elements, cooperation between all the levels, the development of informal structures, and the development of a long-term strategy, the results are that now we have 30 local authorities actively collaborating, even if the political situation at national level is not the best one. You see the difference between Argentina and Brazil from a political perspective, for instance, and independently how the situation is in every country. Last night we had elections in Uruguay. There will be a change of government, but independently on that, the cooperation is continuing during the last year and it will be continuing in the near future. So this is sustainability, a key element in cross-border cooperation. Second result, this area is promoting the protection of natural resources and has been supported and will be supported by UNESCO in order to be recognized as a cross-border natural area. And 1 month ago, the Economic Development Forum awarded this experience as a best practice of economic development through sustainable tourism. This only through the implementation of the three key elements of cross-border governance. Open to show you more experiences. Of course, we have some Latin American representatives here, know much better than me how the situation is there, but at least open to answer questions and to explain you more in detail what ABR and the European Union is doing in order to transfer knowledge in a bilateral way to Latin America on territorial development. Thank you very much.
Jose, thank you very much. That was extremely interesting. And just to highlight 3 points is that you need governance before you can move into tourism. But I think also you showed us how international or supranational actors can also support cross-border development. And we also see that with Christopher, so the EU, UNESCO, the UN, UNDP. And finally, that importance of a long-term strategy to help federate people around something, and that can also help you go past electoral cycles or smooth out some very significantly different political ideologies on different sides of the border. With this, I would like to move to Francisco Lara Valencia, who is a professor at Arizona State University's School of Transborder Studies, to share some insights and maybe some really practical solutions to establishing stable and continual cooperation along the U.S.-Mexico border, provided the different governance systems in both countries, and often really significant political changes after elections as well. Francisco.
Absolutely. I don't know about the practical component of my intervention, but I can try. Yes, I mean, just a quick overview about the U.S.-Mexico border. It's not the longest border in the world, but it's probably one of the most asymmetrical in terms of development. That's a big challenge by itself. It creates certain dynamics that has made the border region, especially on the Mexican side, grow very fastly in the last 45 years. It's very urbanized, it's very industrialized. The people that try to control over the border has a lot of challenges. Also, the people that is trying to bridge this difference that exists in the region are facing a lot of challenges. Because this urbanization and because this dominance of economic forces in the region, most of the cooperation that we see in the U.S.-Mexico border are connected with the promotion of trade, the promotion of industry in the area, and also is mostly focused on addressing some of the challenges that come with rapid urbanization. For example, the environmental issues, particularly water, is a tremendous concern in the region. The development of infrastructure to address the needs of the local population and economic growth are also a big focus of most of the activities in the region. As you know, the type of cooperation that we see in this border tend to be not very formal. Is as using the words that Lori was presenting to us before, it tend to be very voluntary. It tend to be based on the group of local actors trying to take advantage of the few opportunities they have to engage in collaborative work with potential partners across the border. This makes the cooperation in the region fragile in many ways. It tends to be intermittent, temporary. It tends to be very ad hoc, focused on very specific issues. And if we use the language that Stefan was using before, between broad and narrow, it tends to be very narrow. You see cooperation happening, for example, in very specific issues, like, for example, healthcare for marginalized communities on the border, or you can see, for example, people working on the promotion of solutions to water quality or sanitation problems, or the formation of partnerships to promote, for example, the nearshoring, which is one of the big topics now in North America. So that's one characteristic of border cooperation in this region. I would say that in terms of the reasons we have this situation in the border, the more general factor is the locus of control of what happened in the region. I mean, the region by itself has very limited capacity to make decisions and initiate actions to control the type of development and growth that happen on the area. Part of that is due to the legal framework. I mean, the ability to engage in agreements with actors across the border is something that belongs exclusively to the national governments. The Mexican Constitution, the U.S. Constitution established that capacity resides completely, fully on the national government. So that forces the creation of these very informal forms of cooperation that we see in the border. There is also centralism and nationalism that's still very strong. It's strong in Mexico historically, and in the U.S. it's becoming stronger in recent years. And so we don't know exactly, for example, what will be the implication of that for the future development of cooperation. Most of the people right now in the region is very observant of the changes that are occurring in the political landscape in the U.S. A little bit worried about the implication of that, but pretty much concerned, I would say. One thing that I believe that also for this narrowness of cooperation and this informality of cooperation is what I call this mantra of, I mean, in the U.S.-Mexico border, we have a development that is shared. I mean, we are partners in promoting industry and promoting trade, but we should recognize that we are uneven partners. We are asymmetrical partners. So you put some resources, I put some other resources, and let's keep things that way, because that's the way we get both benefited from this interaction that will happen at the border. That logic is a logic that has, in my opinion, make more difficult to change the type of cooperation. I mean, if you come with ideas about, let's talk about these other issues that are also important. Let's think about integrating border cities, for example, border regions. That's very complicated. It's complicated by the fact that we are locked in this idea of shared but uneven development, where you are the one that provide, for example, low-cost labor, space for the development of industry, and we are the ones that are putting the capital and the technology. And let's maintain that relationship. So we need to change that dynamic in order to move cooperation to a different level, because this type of understanding of the region, of the space, obviously create a short-term mentality in the region, because it's based essentially in an extractive and opportunistic logic of development. The other problem that I see in the region is there is limited local capacity in many areas. I mean, not only the financial dimension that we were discussing here, because population in both sides of the border tend to be low income. So the capacity, for example, of local government, just based on that fact, the capacity of local governments to generate revenue and support, for example, public services is limited. So that's an issue. But also there is this dependency, because the centralism that I was mentioning before from the federal government. If someone is going to come with resources to invest in development, and infrastructure in particular has to be the federal government of Mexico. One other thing I just was thinking when I was listening the progression of change that you have seen here in the European Union, I think that in the U.S.-Mexico border, we kind of experienced a regression, an institutional regression in the last 15 years. And I'm going to explain this in these terms. I mean, after NAFTA was signed in the early 2000s, new institutions were created to promote cooperation. One of them was the Border Environmental Cooperation Commission, which was a binational body that has a very specific mandate in terms of identifying projects to promote the development of environmental infrastructure along the U.S.-Mexico border. And the model that they have embraced for this commission was to engage local communities, promote public participation, establish a set of criteria to certification of this project that include, for example, equity, sustainability. Those things disappeared in 2014 when the Border Environmental Cooperation Commission was dismantled or merged with the sister organization, which was the North American Development Bank. The North American Development Bank, which is the other entity that works after NAFTA, has played a very important role in improving some of the infrastructural condition of the region. But in my opinion, by merging the Border Environmental Cooperation Commission, we lost a lot of opportunities to really promote cooperation in the region, simply because the commission was mandated to promote cooperation through meetings with local communities to the development of capacity, which is something that we don't have anymore. And the other big problem is obviously the political cycle. I mean, the cooperation in the border tend to be very fragile and subject to political cycle. I mentioned in my challenge this morning the fact of that the border tend to be a very stigmatized place. What I mean by that is that the border is the U.S.-Mexico border is portrayed as a place of risk, a place to be avoided, and obviously that create a situation that make more difficult to engage in cooperation. With all this, I don't want to give the false impression that cooperation does not exist in the border, that there are a lot of efforts of cooperation in the border. Most of those efforts are, and let me clarify this. I mean, when I mean the U.S.-Mexico border, I'm essentially referring to the communities, the cities, the towns that are along the 2,000 miles of border between Mexico and the U.S. Many of them existed before the border between Mexico and the U.S. was delineated finally in 1853. So these are communities that have a long history, a long presence in the region, that had been committed to develop and sustain this relationship that exists across the border, cultural, economic relationship that even existed before the border itself. So these communities have found a way to create mechanisms to exchange information, to exchange ideas, to engage in the development of solutions to share problems. And these networks are really, really important. They are part of the regional infrastructure that exists in the region to address present challenges and also to develop a vision of the future. There are many examples of these networks. I'm just thinking right now, for example, in the Committee of Border Opportunities in the San Diego-Tijuana area, the Arizona-Mexico Commission in the region where I live, some smaller groups, for example, formed by professionals in the healthcare medical field, and also universities. Universities like my university are pretty engaged in trying to create information, convene meetings, and develop a different narrative for the U.S.-Mexico border. I will stop over there because I see a red card over there. So thank you very much.
Francisco, thank you also very much for your intervention. And I just want to highlight this notion of asymmetries. And I think that's really critical because there are other borders that face these asymmetries and we don't think about them in such an explicit way. And I think one of the points in the US that's really fascinating is that you have the asymmetry in the South, but much less asymmetry, at least in part of the North, though you may have it in other parts of the northern part of the border. So that's a really important point. I'd like to turn this now over to Philippe Lacoste, who's the Préfet of the Grand Est region here in France, to briefly present the Upper Rhine Conference and share some insights related to the governing structures, the internal governing structures of the conference, and its membership base. So, Philippe.
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce this rather young organization, but as you will see, it's rather legal and structured. It was created in 1991 as a development of a treaty signed between Germany, Switzerland, and France. And that treaty aimed directly at dealing with cross-border issues through the creation of the new body, an intergovernmental commission. And the idea for the Upper Rhine Conference was to go beyond ministries, national ministries, and experts from capitals, and inviting local governments to participate. So in 1996, a joint secretariat was created. And it's interesting to note that it doesn't have any legal status. It's neither an association nor a European groupings of local entities, just a practical arrangement. And in 2000, a new treaty between Germany, Switzerland, and France extended the mandate of this Upper Rhine Commission. Quote, to solve any question they can at their level and referring only the remaining issues to the Commission. So it's a rather broad cooperation. Let me explain you the memberships. So it's open to local authorities and governments of the 3 countries. For Switzerland, so we see the names are, of course, different according to the national law or constitutions. For Switzerland, it's canton. Can be also, as Swiss is a confederation kind of states, because quite extended powers. For Germany, it's districts of states, Federal Republic of Baden-Württemberg and of Rheinland-Pfalz. And for France, it's the Grand Est region, compared to a kind of province. It's Département d'Alsace, and it's the prefecture of Grand Est, which can be compared as a governorate. It has a territory of 6 million people, and it's interesting to note that there is 100,000 cross-border workers in this region, and a GDP around 51,000 euro per capita, which is explaining that it's a rather rich region. How does it work? It's very much close to an international organization. There is a steering committee, 3 delegations of each country, and a rotating chair every year. There is a plenary assembly, presidium for German friends once a year. It's like a little UN. Joint secretariat, I mentioned it before, 1 permanent representative, and with some means to support, for instance, organization of conference. And of course, the main course is translation, because we use 2 languages, German and French. There are thematic working groups. Today, there are 12 of them. I will not
mention all, but just to give you an idea, there is a group on about transportation, there is a group about public health, there is a very active group on disaster risk management, because we experience in the region quite important floods, and we are now seeing more and more fires. There is a group about economic development, a group about environment, a group about youth. These groups work with experts, and for instance, because it was a question that we are going to discuss, the group focused on economy is inviting business organization or trade unions to discuss the regional problems. Through operators and often with financial support from the EU, the famous Interreg programs, the members of the Upper Rhine Conference are managing projects. So I mentioned 3 of them. So there is Trizan, which is about the cooperation in the health sector, how we can try to better organize the different structures we have and that face some economic, sometimes difficulty in balance. We have a Trion for energy, very much interested, for instance, in hydrogen networks, which is, of course, for the industry very important to see how they can go in the transition. And finally, I mentioned GeoRENA, because this is something I have experienced myself. GeoRENA is providing some spatial information. And what I have discovered in that, for instance, regarding infrastructure, there is a lack of data. So you don't have the same figures, even for very simple things. What they call on one side of a border a student is not the same on the other side. How they count some passengers for a train that is going to cross the border and having finance on both sides, it is different. So at least this is a platform where they can share information and have the same figures to take political decisions. They are also, it's important for public support. The Upper Rhine Conference has little financial resources to support some initiative from communities, for a meeting of young people, a regional radio, a music festival. We can provide up to 50,000 euros to support this kind of organization. I think it's important. And I finished because what I found interesting in the presentation of the tool is the adaptation of structure. Because in our region, we have a lot of structure. And sometimes, as my prefect is asking me, what is this organization doing? Every day, not every day now, but I think every month, I discover a new organization which is in charge of cross-border cooperation. So we have adapted, and it's very difficult to, it's easy to create a new working group. It's very difficult to make an old group disappear, you know, in that whole organization how it is. But we thought that there was something missing in our organization was a political, to share a vision. And so we established, it's not directly in the Upper Rhine Conference, but it's a meeting of all elected people from the region, especially the mayors, because I spoke about region, I spoke about a department, what we call, I spoke about the state, the representative of the state, but the big mayors are very important. And they are involved in this last layer of our organization. Sorry. Thank you.
Philippe, thank you. The EGTC and share why working groups were created in 2018.
Yes, thanks a lot. To explain, you're the biggest and the oldest UGTC that was created in Europe in 2008 already. And we have also mentioned that we have 14 partners, which is a lot. So we are really working on multi-governance. And I think around 2016, 2017, there was a changement in our strategy and also in leadership, because before we were working on a very institutional way with the different politicians in a different group, the technicians in another group, and then the civil society also in another group. In 2016, 2017, we said we had to turn our way, how we are working in a daily with our different stakeholders. So the objective from the new strategy that entered in 2017 was to bring together the stakeholders to work in a more holistic, effective, and productive manner. The overriding goal was to strengthen the cohesion between the different stakeholders. As a result, we defined different policy areas to be worked in with the new strategy, which we called 2.0. The policy areas we defined were mobility, sustainable development, education, employment, and also communication. The policy areas were, of course, validated by our assembly, our General Assembly. And at that time, we discussed and defined to work on each policy area with their own action group, and to put on the action groups that consists of politicians, technicians, and also representatives of civil society. So we put all the three different groups together in different action groups. With the mix, each party can hear firsthand the concerns and also the perspectives of the other party, which means that there are very valuable exchanges and makes building consensus easier and more effective. With these action groups, you can create a strong, united foundation for future decision-making and also the creation from concrete projects. So one example is the Blue Park, which is where the common thread in this largest federating project is also water. So I heard it from different peoples also here. One of our key projects with a clear strategy and also a vision. Blue Park and water means different topics such as biodiversity, mobility, climate change, to name a few. In the action group of the Blue Park, we also have different working groups to bring to life products or produce useful studies that lead to concrete, visible, and positive changes in the territory. What I would like to say that you have the action groups, but within the action groups, you have also different working groups that are working on one specific thematic to go further. And in this specific working groups, we don't have the politicians, the technicians, and people from the civil society, but we have really the local actors who are in the working groups, who are really the specialists, who are working further on it. The key to success from the people who you met is really to select the right people for the right position. One particular lesson is the experience, for example, with the working group of culture, who reintegrated the strategy from the Eurometropole between the Blue Park, is that there we started with a large group of action with the three different groups, but we saw that the involvement of politicians and civil society brought no added value if you put them together on this subject. So in this policy area, we're only working with specialists, and it has allowed them to work together on projects more effectively. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you also for highlighting that while you may want to bring civil society into the picture, sometimes it's not always civil society that you need in the picture, and you may need others. So maybe that's something we can touch upon later, and as well as that you've nicely structured different working groups and action groups, and everyone sort of knows what they're doing, I hope, but I think they do. We are getting to the end of our this first discussion. We have one more discussant, which is who is Nathan Ball, who is the Mobility and Environment Officer at the EGTC Alzette Belleval, and who's going to talk about uneven development And then we will have a bit of time for some discussion, and then we will move to lunch. Nathan.
So the history of our territory, Alsace Belval, is a joint history of mining industry and iron industry. And it was a time where the border was not really effective, especially on the mining industry. There was a lot of mining corridors that start on Luxembourg and ended in France, or the contrary. And at the end of this industry, all the partners of the territory, especially the cities, the people, the local association, had a will to continue this informal cooperation, this idea that the border was not really effective. And after Schengen, it was more and more clear that this border was not a problem anymore, and it was time to create some bodies, some structure to cooperate between at a local scale and at a more larger scale. And the idea of a creation of territorial grouping was to lead some small but effective actions at a local scale to cooperate on culture, on mobility, on what we call vivre ensemble. And it was important to keep this local scale to be the more effective as we can. When we are working with an Assemblée Générale, and the idea of a territorial grouping is to have a shared governance between the two countries, and in these two countries, a shared governance between all the actors that are necessary to have a good representation of all actors. So in Luxembourg, we have the state and the cities, and in France, we have the communauté de communes, the two departments, the region and the French state. With all those actors, we are sure to have, to speak to everybody, and not to have a lack of efficiency in some policies. For example, in mobility, if you don't have all these actors, you have a hole in your policy, and you will have to bring this actor as an external actor. So it's a bad thing. Some of the previous speakers tell the importance of a strategy. It's very important because a strategy are guidelines. And those guidelines can survive for the elections, for example. You have a long-scale view of what you are going to do, especially for mobility, for environment. And one of the first reasons to create this EGTC was, first of all, the vivre ensemble, the idea to recreate a French Luxembourgish community. But now we have also the fight against the climate change and the climate change effects. And rivers have no border, forests have no border, air pollution does not know where to stop. So to fight together this emergency, this climate emergency, we have to work between the borders, especially for environment policy, about the rivers, about the forests, about mobility, how to reduce the use of cars between the two countries. And that's one of the perspective of our EGTC, and that's why we continue to have all these partners around the table to be sure to be the more effective on these policies.
Thank you. And thank you also for highlighting that the large policy, for example, with transport, that becomes so critical, especially in a place, in a region where you have a lot of labor crossing across the border. I'd like to thank all of our discussants for their insights. I have certainly learned a lot. I hope that everyone else has so far. I would like to just open the floor to questions, comments, also to our online participants before we take a break. Any questions, any comments, any thoughts? Everyone's tired and needs a break. Anything online? Nothing's online. Wow. Okay. Please.
Sorry. It's very interesting to see the different experiences, and everyone has pointed to the element of governance and having the need to have a structure that does the governance. And when we compare the different parts of the globe, we see the different opportunities for setting legal personalities that are, some of the governance structures exist totally informally, some of them exist under a intermunicipal agreement, under a bilateral agreement, a memorandum of understanding. Some of them may be a legal personality under one side law. Some of them may be a legal personality of something in a more complex way. To what extent the challenges of setting a legal personality, is it impeding cooperation from moving? Jose Maria told us that they have the committee for the river and it works. It doesn't exist, it works. But to what extent are we missing the capacity to have these legal personalities? I don't know, maybe this is too broad and we should simply go to lunch.
Any thoughts on the legal personality? I think what was very interesting was that we saw this diversity in legal versus not. Jose?
Yeah, what I see is that from time to time, for instance, in Latin America, we spend a lot of time looking for ways to formalize a structure. And for some specific, or in some specific cases, this formalization is not necessary. And we should spend more time on practical things and not in legal things. But it's depend on the situation, it's depend on the border, and it's depend on the country, and I guess this also depends on the continent. You can see, for instance, how in some borders in Latin America, it's the case of this Bolivian-Peruvian binational structure, having a formal structure is something interesting, and thanks to the legal the legal perspective or the legal form that they have, they were able to properly implement funding coming from the international cooperation, the European Union. So from this point of view, this is very interesting to have formal and a legal basis. And in the case of the Uruguay River, as they don't have this formal structure, they are not able by themselves to implement funding, but they're able to develop planning together or to set dialogues and so on and so on and so on. And they look for cooperation, other structures. In Latin America, we also find overlapping of structures. They look for another structure to get the funding and to implement the funding following the recommendations or their strategy. So just to give you a couple of samples.
Anyone else? Yes, Francisco.
I sometimes think that institutionalization or formalization sometimes is oversold or overstated. I mean, thinking in the experience of the US-Mexico border, I think that there are some cases of cooperation that are very resilient and very effective, and they are not necessarily formal in the way that they have a legal structure. There are some groups that have been operating in the regions for more than 50 years and doing important things in their specific communities. The reasons where they are effective is that they are responding to a very organic need, a very specific need, and they are very laser focused on attending that need. And the other reason is because the lack of this formality give them a lot of flexibility. I'm thinking in this concept that sometimes is used in describing these entities along the border. I mean, these are like latent resources. They act when they are needed, and they get dormant when they are not needed. It's a sort of a social capital that exists in the region that is very important when is necessary. So I'm not saying that formality is something that we should avoid, or institutionalization something that has not been pursued. But I think that the fact that these networks and this collaborative exist give us a sense of how diverse, how heterogeneous is this field of cross-border cooperation, and also push us to think in a better way to understand, to define cross-border cooperation and governance in this context. And I say this because a lot of the studies on cross-border cooperation tend to think in what you have here in Europe as a model to be pursued in terms of development cooperation. And there are a lot of things to learn from what you have accomplished here, but I believe that there is also a lot of things to see in some other contexts where cooperation is happening and is successful in accomplishing his goals. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, and then.
No, sorry, happy to come in. I think there's over 100 memorandums of understanding in Africa at the moment. So the African Union has a repository of all cross-border frameworks. The vast majority never gets implemented. I think it's very easy for a head of state to say, we collaborate, let's build an MOU, but the follow-through doesn't happen. So you theoretically have that legal framework in the MOU, but no institutions are set up. But there's two sides to it. One, a lot of governors don't necessarily want a legal instrument driven by national governments because they have the relationship with the governor on the other side. There's a lot of informality at the border. And their concern, rightfully or wrongfully, can be that the national government becoming more involved can also limit their own powers, can be extractive, both with the presence of security forces, border forces, or by just increasing taxation and revenues. I think the second is the way we measure the most successful frameworks is the national treasury in a country involved. The best case scenario, for example, we have an MOU between Kenya and Uganda in the Karamoja region. Here, the National Treasury of Kenya is now allocating funding towards the implementation, but only on the Kenya side in West Pokot and Turkana. So I think the criteria we use, you do need a legal entity to activate the National Treasury, and that is sort of the argument we use with governors to say, we understand your hesitancy, but that's the only way we can resource mobilize from domestic resources.
Are we all set? Any last words? All right. So I think that we can very briefly sum up that there is always some form of governance. Whether it be formal or informal may or may not matter so much. It may depend on the context, the culture, and I like this idea of some structures becoming dormant versus flourishing when they needed. It sounded like cicadas or other plants that grow when there's just enough water. With this, I would like to invite you to lunch. There are lunch boxes outside. Please feel free to take one. You can come back here. You can go to the cafe that's outside the elevators, and slightly to your left has red chairs. We call it the red chairs for that reason. I would invite you outside, but it's raining. You're more than welcome to eat lunch in the rain. We will be back here at 1:45, so 13:45. And I would like to thank our online participants as well, and hope to see you all back also at 13:45. Have a very good lunch. And you can leave everything here. It's just fine.
Yesterday, this time more or less. Yes. Thank you. No worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we're going to start again. And I have no doubt that our afternoon session is going to be as interesting as our morning session. So what we're going to do now is move into our second roundtable and have an opening presentation by Ms. Sabine Zilmer, who is partner and the head of the Berlin Office of Spatial Foresight. She's going to be joining us with some of her insights on cross-border governance bodies as vehicles to drive economic and social development. Sabine.
Thank you, Maria, for the introduction and also the invitation to such an interesting event. I found it very enlightening already now. Well, let's start. Ricardo already sort of introduced my little presentation without noticing before the break. And to set the scene, I thought about bringing together the keywords that are noted down for this session, namely economic and social development to support that in border regions, cross-border public services. Why? Why do we need them there? And what's the role of these cross-border governance bodies? So what forms do we have? And what can they do? And I'll illustrate that with two examples. And by purpose, I've chosen two that are not EGTCs, because I thought we have a lot of EGTCs here around the table, but selected two from our research that are with EU neighboring countries, and I will close with some limitations, because even if they're very, very useful, these cross-border governance bodies, they cannot solve everything, as we are aware of. Well, I mean, Dorothy, Maria, Ricardo, you all have already referred to the difficulties, the border effects we have, but I think we need to look typically closer to them to really understand why they are there and why they occur in different ways at different borders, because it matters for economic activities, what are the tax differentials and so on, or why the access to jobs across the border is limited. Is that more because of languages? Is it more because of special rules? We have a lack of knowledge of opportunities and so on. For infrastructure and transport, is it just because, as some of you said already, the density of the infrastructure network is less there than in other areas, or is it simply a lack of services across the border, or do we have even waiting times due to controls that also hamper the border crossing, similar for the access to healthcare. I think there it's probably for everybody most apparent. So this is why we need services across the border, because they cannot solve everything, but they can help to mitigate one or the other obstacles. The following things I'll show you stem from different research projects we did on cross-border public services, some of which were for DG REGIO, and where we talked a lot with Ricardo. So what is the scope of these services? How did we define them? We looked at them in a rather broad sense, and I'm sorry that the letters are rather small. We looked at services in the sense to improve living conditions in 9 policy areas in terms of transport, healthcare, labor market access, and so on. So I think these are all rather apparent services also to healthcare, but we also looked into services, better access to education, civil protection, or environmental protection, to just name a few of them. So altogether covering 9 policy areas. When we talk about cross-border public services, we do not look at the infrastructure. So, of course, we need the bridge to cross the river, if the river is the border. But the bridge is nice for the person who has the car or walks across. But when we really want to have integration, we need the same kind of service as we may have over a domestic bridge, namely the bus or the train. We did not include in the research projects with a limited time frame. They may be helpful to set up a service, but cross-border services are something that is provided on a permanent basis, at least as long as needed. And talking about the public element, we have a public interest in them. So it's not about the privately driven supermarket that is purely driven by economic interest. So what are the cross-border bodies that can help to mitigate the disadvantages of the border areas? On the left, there is, from that table, you can see already quite a number of different types of bodies with very different degrees of formalization. And this is where I come back to Ricardo's question. And within each of them, we again have a big variety of how they can be specifically set up. So we already heard about the different settings of EGTCs, that they need particular memberships, but this is just one of the examples. And in the EU and the neighboring countries, we have not just the EGTC as a potential structure for such services, but also the European Cooperative or the European Economic Interest Group. We also have some other European legal structures, but they focus more on other purposes. Beyond those that are available throughout the EU and its neighborhood, we have also some bilateral and multilateral agreements that also enable the setting up of legal bodies in a cross-border context that apply to their region. So the most famous one is probably the Karlsruhe Agreement, but there are a few more that allow for such legal bodies. And then we have as another form also legal bodies that are subject to a national law on either side of the border, which includes then members from the other side of the border. We find those not as frequently for service provision, but in a few cases. And these are theoretically possible anywhere, but only, of course, if the national laws allow, for example, to include public authorities in their associations across the border. And then we have a lot of more informal structures. Sometimes they are set up for the corporation, even if they are separated and have different bodies on both sides. We find a lot of national agreements also that facilitate local or regional agreements to then provide services or support cross-border services. We find in some areas, some countries, more contracts, basically. So this is all more along the lines of voluntary agreements. What is not written on that slide, but crossed my mind is, of course, also the example of the Upper Rhine Conference is still a little bit different from all these examples, or a so-called competence center set up by two neighboring municipalities within their administration, where they join, the public servants from both sides of the border in one joint administration without setting up a separate legal structure, but embedded in the existing ones. So how can this variety of bodies support social and economic development beyond just brokerage, beyond just talking about what good they do? They can develop preconditions for the service development, which is then, for instance, the development of infrastructure, or can also be soft infrastructure, not just hard infrastructure. It's in the face of developing the services to identify really what are the needs in the cross-border area in terms of the services, depending on the specific border effects, and develop solution pathways to show that what could be the right way to move on. The institutions can all even be founded to provide such services. Then they need the adequate membership, as we heard earlier today from the example of some EGTCs, especially thinking about the case of the Sardinia Hospital. They can also initiate cross-border public services to reach out to potential providers, to show there the need to develop the commitment to develop such services or implement pilot examples. We had the example of a pilot bus that was not possible to be developed otherwise. Or they could even take the responsibility of the provision, either on behalf of a member of their structure, of their body, or act as a service provider. So coming to the empirical evidence, which I included here now, starting with the combination of agreements, focusing on the Swedish-Norwegian border. It's a location rather in the south of this border, which is based, first of all, under the Nord-Red agreement, which is an agreement of all Nordic countries to provide assistance in the case of accidents or imminent risks thereof. But this agreement just provides the general framework, and as Christopher said earlier, well, these agreements do not live if you do not implement them. So this agreement only lives through the agreements on the local level. And here with Strømstad-Halden, we have one of these examples of municipal agreements that then specify not in general the means of accidents and the implications, what can be done, but really specify how they will do that and for which field. So in Strømstad-Halden, it's about firefighting and rescue work for accidents. And why is that relevant for socioeconomic development? Well, it reduces the risks and supports kind of development, which in the domestic context we take for granted, where we do not have to think about that we may have to ask the support from the neighboring municipality. The second example, it's from the south of Europe, also including non-EU countries. It's the Prespa Park area between Greece, Albania, and Macedonia. And this is about a national non-profit entity with an international membership that has been founded many years back. It's a society for the protection of Prespa, which has this membership, which is indicated by the little logos in the center bottom, and which governance structure, apart from that membership, also includes stable funders, other international organizations with whom they work together, other regional actors and stakeholders with whom they also work together, as well as some Greek environmental NGOs. And why is that important also here for socioeconomic development in the region? Part of their work is not just the environmental protection of the cross-border area. Again, the fish does not know on which side of the border it's swimming in Prespa, but they also deal or manage the whole heritage and try to improve sustainable agriculture, secure cultural heritage, or develop ecotourism in the area. So all for the benefit of the region's development. Nevertheless, there are still a number of factors hampering the effectiveness of these local and regional cross-border governance bodies. They cannot do everything. There are still legal obstacles, administrative obstacles at different levels, and they are specific to the concrete cooperation subject. They may be on different security requirements for public transport services or insurance issues for cross-border laborers, the possibility to transfer money from one country to the other for public authorities and so on. And then, of course, there are also geographical obstacles, not just because of a lack of infrastructure. In the end, this means that we have these local and regional bodies and initiatives, but they always have to work together with these national framework conditions. And there are, however, examples where exactly such bodies can, through their existence, lobby better for their issues, for their needs. If I have still 1 minute, I may give you a very concrete example, which we saw at the German-Czech border several years ago, where an EGTC, now I'm back with the EGTC, was founded to lobby and develop infrastructure for the railway sector, to connect a bit wider across the border region, but also connect the border region, the immediate border region. And on the Czech side, the interest was very clear, and socioeconomic analysis showed that the benefit on the Czech side, if that railway would be developed, would be higher than on the German side. So it's not that the German side was losing something. It was just that the benefit, the forecasted benefit, was lower. So what happened? On the one side, there was support. On the other side, there was no national support. But through the European legal form, they got attention, received EU funding outside Interreg. It was the Connecting Europe facility, just to show that there is something, sometimes something. And this allowed them to through the European support to put more pressure and be better heard at the national level. So this is also, it's now back to lobbying, a bit of brokerage, but this can be very, very important. And for me, this is, yeah, I think a very good example where they really, such structures, such bodies may not exist forever, but for that purpose, they are very important and have achieved a lot. Thank you very much.
Sabine, thank you very much for this presentation and to get us started in our discussion. I think, you know, among the particular points that I'm pulling out of everything that you said, this idea of the formal and informal, and I do have a question about that we can come back to later, but how much can they coexist in the same cross-border area and mutually support each other? The other point is this notion of piloting. I think piloting is something that we're seeing more and more in policy, and how are pilots being used in cross-border areas? And finally, we were talking about asymmetry in terms of capacity and economic development, but we haven't talked about asymmetry of benefit and the fact that both sides of the border can benefit, but one might benefit a little bit more than the other, and that is going to have an incidence on how much support may be given to the initiative. So I'm going to stop speaking right now. I'm going to ask if anybody has any comments or questions for Sabine and her research and insights, also online, please. Yes.
I missed not only on your topic, but in general, when we're talking about cross-border public services, I miss a fundamental question. There is not a common definition of public services. And we have to start there. If we want solutions, we have to start there, because public services on the Luxembourg side is not the same on the French side. For example, like I take water policy, for instance. So I think we have to start. That's why I'm a great fan that the European Parliament gives a special statute to cross-border areas. We need a special statute where we can define on our territory also the public service. And that, for me, it's fundamental. Before we talk about very good examples, we have to define, or at least we have to find a common solution or a common definition of public services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very good point there. Anyone else would like to comment or ask a question or enter the conversation? Yes, no? Raise your hand, raise your flag. No, okay. Yes, Jean.
No, it's just a remark. I think this issue of asymmetries is very important. But the point is, in fact, when you think about local development or spatial planning and so on, in every country there are the same problems. The point is there are frameworks that exist that help to solve that. I mean, if you have a dissymmetry between two French local authorities, either you can have local arrangements or you have national regulations trying to create a form of solidarity. There is a sort of scene to discuss that. The point with cross-border issues is that these scenes don't exist, and this is where governance is important. But I would say not only local governance, it's also about multi-level governance, because at some moment there could be a need to have the states involved, because basically the states are still responsible of topics connected with cohesion, with social cohesion, territorial cohesion. We all want the EU to have a role and a bigger role for cohesion, but the point is, at the moment, it's the states that are responsible for cohesion through social security, through public services, basically. And I mean, the organization at the national level of public services, of course, it depends on states that can be federal or not, etc. But in a state like France, which is unitary, the state is very much connected with the legitimacy to provide public services, or at least to organize coherence and solidarity. So the point is really that on each border, you have these national systems that are back to back, in fact.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that reminder, and also about the unitary versus the federal systems. I do think that, if the cross-border body needs political support, and this was coming out very strongly, it seems that the more benefit that can be shown from the cooperation, the more political support they will get at all levels of government. I think that's also a key point here. Anyone else? Because then what we'll do is, anyone else have anything they want to say or share? We'll move into our next speaker, and then I'll come back with a couple of questions for Sabine later. Unless, Ricardo, you have anything you want to? Okay. I'd like to now open the discussion and move to some words of insight on cross-border service delivery from Grégory Guibert, who is the Deputy General Director at the EGTC Cerdanya Hospital, which is the only EGTC hospital, also the only direct service that we studied in this project. And so it was a really unique case. Please.
Thank you. The Cerdanya Hospital is the first and only cross-border hospital in Europe. It serves Spanish and French workers and patients. It is located in a rural and mountainous area, 2 hours by car from nearby major cities. It offers a full range of healthcare services, including medicine, surgery, obstetrics, hemodialysis, a day hospital, medical imaging, and an emergency department. All medical specialties are provided, except for an intensive care unit and a neurology department. Since its opening in 2014, hospital stays have increased by 43%, and hospital consultations have increased by 13%. The hospital is located on Spanish territory, just a few hundred meters from the border. In the absence of European health law, Catalan and Spanish law apply. Therefore, it is necessary to convince French patients and gain their trust so that they come to receive treatment. This goal of attracting French patients is progressing well. Over the past 10 years, hospital stays by French patients have doubled, and hospital consultations by French patients have tripled. To boost its activities, the hospital relies on numerous collaborations. We have local partnerships with community medicine, both in France and Catalonia, and we have collaborations with larger hospitals, the Manresa Hospital in Catalonia and the Perpignan Hospital in France. And these larger hospitals send their doctors to Cerdanya Hospital, and these larger hospitals take over our patients when their needs are too complex for our small hospital. We are connected by them by helicopters that fly day and night and can transport patients in 15 minutes. There are therefore various employment statuses for workers. The Catalans have private law contracts and French workers are French civil servants. Consequently, there are different wages and social benefits. There is also different taxation. Now we have to resolve cross-border tax issues to avoid double taxation because 35 of our workers have a very serious problem. The Spanish tax administration asks them to pay their taxes in Spain, and the French tax administration asks them to pay their taxes in France. And we advocate for the creation of a single status for our hospitals workers because current law does not allow this. When I was a student, my professors taught me that there were no more borders within the European Union. In reality, borders still exist. We can break down psychological borders through our work, cooperation, and messaging, but we need Spain, France, and the European Union to dismantle legal borders. I will give you 2 examples. First, if a French doctor wants to work in Spain, including at a hospital, the process for diploma recognition by the Spanish health authorities is too long and complicated. And it is similarly challenging if a Spanish doctor wants to practice in France. We are calling for the immediate recognition of doctors' diplomas across the European Union. Second example, French emergency medical vehicles cannot enter Spanish territory, and Spanish emergency medical vehicles cannot enter French territory. And this is absurd. In the daily way of life of our region citizens, there is no border, but in law, borders still exist. Our goal is to adapt the law to the way of life of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also for highlighting the reason why we do all of this is to support citizens and bring them the services and improve their quality of life where they choose to live as opposed to where people want them to live. So I think that's a critical point. And also the whole the questions about labor law and administration, which prevent smooth public service delivery across borders. Yes, you can come in with one comment.
Just to complement what Gregory was saying and to link it a little bit to the concept of different development needs and also different value attached or considerations of value by different sides of the border. I think what is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the funding model is quite interesting in the fact that 60% of the contribution for annual costs comes from the Catalan side and 40% from the French side, representing the different the distribution of population at the moment the hospital was created. So I think that's an interesting example of how cooperating partners can deal with the different benefits, the estimation of benefits, and obviously costs involved. So just to complement that, I hope I didn't say anything incorrect. Javier.
I am Xavier Conil. I am the manager with Gregory. Only a little word. The hospital runs and runs well.
Yes, it's a very impressive hospital. We had the pleasure to go visit. I would like to now invite Lore Trapman to rejoin us with some insights and examples about how the private sector is supporting cross-border governance. I think we started on that, but we could go probably a bit deeper, and how there's collaboration to build and maintain infrastructure as well.
Thank you. And I'm glad to be able to revisit this topic because I don't think I did justice in my response to your question earlier. But I think one thing I wanted to point out is we think of private sector involvement as just money, right, and financial support. But there's a lot of ways that the private sector brings important value to these cross-border cooperative efforts or governance, depending on how we're defining them. That's not just about financial support. And so I'll give an example in a minute, but I think at least in my experience, industry often has the ability, at least in the United States, to bring government into the conversation. You know, they have lobbyists, they have that infrastructure, they have that capacity. And when you do have large corporations, obviously that helps, but there's a lot of other ways of bringing government into the conversation that I think industry really supports. And part of that is also a little bit of political traction. And so I think if we're talking about border regions specifically, there is an important role for industry to play, not just in solving those regional border solutions, but again, in bringing that kind of higher level, maybe multi-layered governance, political recognition to the challenges that we face. So I will just give an example. I think we talked a little bit about FIFA. This isn't necessarily hard infrastructure per se, but there's a couple ways that I see industry working to support cross-border collaboration the government wouldn't have done otherwise. So I'll frame it that way. So I mentioned FIFA World Cup games coming to the United States, Mexico, and Canada in 2026, and then our region being one place where the games will straddle the border, Vancouver and Seattle. And so, of course, there's government preparations for the games. There's a lot of concern about emergency management, potential terrorist activities, human trafficking, these security concerns. Each jurisdiction that's hosting the games is excited about the economic opportunity, but there was almost no one realizing what the cross-border implications were of these games. It sounds shocking, even in this region that I talked about as being very collaborative and very cooperative. There was sort of Seattle had their hosting hat on and Vancouver had their hosting hat on, and they weren't thinking about what that meant for the communities in the border regions that would actually be bearing the brunt of a lot of this additional tourism. So it was really through these various cross-border initiatives that already existed and had already been doing that work that we've sort of spun off like a FIFA cross-border working group. And it touches a little bit, I think, on Francisco's comment earlier about the latent social capital, and you had just mentioned this as well, that can exist in these regions when you have those relationships there, and maybe they come together in new ways. So a couple of examples of how that's playing out in regards to FIFA. So something we learned very keenly in the Canada-US borderland region during COVID was the US had their COVID restriction requirements and Canada had theirs. And you might assume, as I would assume, that Canada and the US would define their vaccination requirements the same, that we would use the same tests, that we would use the same testing windows. And John is in a lot of this work. We had completely different standards. And, we'd go to the governments and we'd try to point this out, but they're only thinking, again, in their own hats. The US is thinking, well, we're putting out our regulations and Canada's putting out theirs. And there was just almost no recognition of what that meant for people that were trying to go back and forth. It was like this total blind spot on their radar. And a similar thing is happening with FIFA. So one thing that we've been working on doing with the private sector, with government, is to develop some sort of basically a border information service. We don't have that. It doesn't exist in the US-Canada border. I know in some places, I know between Sweden and Norway, they have these border information services that play a pretty key role in facilitating people's movement across the border. So our platform that we're actively right now working on, I can't say it's going to be successful or not, is just a simple sort of know before you go model, which is to say, if you're crossing in one direction, you need to know it, you need to enter Canada, but you also need to know that in the reverse. And so that's a collaboration, bringing in the tech sector and the tech expertise in those border communities, not even necessarily Microsoft, other tech companies, because the US and the Canadian governments are thinking creatively. They don't have the capacity to think creatively around how to facilitate cross-border travel during these games, but the regional stakeholders are, and a lot of that is the tourism sector too. If you want to increase your tourism capacity, if you're trying to get more people to visit you, the games are obviously a great opportunity. Many see the FIFA games coming as an opportunity, as sort of a leverage, something they already have been wanting to do, which is expand their regional tourism markets. And then I'll also just very briefly mention pilot projects, because that came up just recently in the conversation. And that's something else that we are trying to do, but has to be done in partnership with industry. So we're trying to pilot some technologies at the border that might be used to, again, facilitate the flow of people, which will be a huge benefit to our regional economics, to our infrastructure as well. But bringing the tech sector there to say, hey, let us try out some of this stuff at the border, but it's at the border. So it absolutely requires the US and Canadian national governments to agree to test something out that maybe could be implemented later. So having the private sector there as a partner in these conversations as a huge amount of social capital, not just financial capital, I think can give a lot of heft to some of these border solutions, can bring a lot of the right players into the conversation. And that I think that provides very much value as well. I won't sort of give you a list of projects, but the high-speed rail one is just another example of cross-border infrastructure where it takes the private sector to come in with that visibility and that ability to convene conversations with the government to sometimes just get the right people in the room.
All right, thank you very much. And highlighting that it's not just, at least with services, it might not just be cross-border cooperation, but it's also cross-sector cooperation, and sometimes cross-sector, cross-border, which then makes it that much more, let's say, multifaceted. So thanks very much. I'd like to now turn to Marie Azambre, who is the project manager of the Pôle Métropolitain Frontalier of North Lorraine, to give a couple of examples of joint efforts to find solutions to specific cross-border service delivery challenges, for example, in public transport as well.
Thank you. So, the Pôle Métropolitain Frontalier du Nord-Lorrain, we call it PMF. It's much shorter, it's better. Is a French organization located on the Luxembourgish border. You need to know that Luxembourg is a small country with only 650,000 inhabitants, but it has the largest GDP per capita in the world. So around 120,000 French are cross-border workers. So they live in France and work in Luxembourg, mainly because the salaries in Luxembourg are much higher than in France. And the municipalities in France and in Luxembourg must provide public services to their population. And because the problems are the same on both sides of the border, the idea of developing and providing cross-border services appeared. And the PMF does not provide those public services himself. It is the local authorities are doing it, but the role of the PMF is to create the framework that allows the municipalities to provide those services. So in the last 3 years, we worked on mobility because traffic congestions are a daily problem. We worked on healthcare because it becomes more and more difficult to find a doctor. And we worked on public nurseries so that children can be taken care of. For each issue, we designed a specific solution. But to design this specific solution, we always use the same method. The first step of this method is that we need to identify precisely the problem, the issue, and substantiate it with figures. For example, on cross-border mobility, we made a large counting campaign to identify the sectors where congestions are the most important and to know exactly who takes the train, who takes his car, and to do what, to go to work, to study, for leisure, etc. So we wanted also to know where exactly people come from and where they want to go for their mobility on a daily basis. And we use the same approach for the nurseries. We asked all the public nurseries on our territory to provide some figures, how many children come to the daycare facility, are the parents cross-border workers, how much does it cost, and then we looked at the organization of childcare in France and in Luxembourg to know who pays for what, how is the legislation, where do the different systems converge? So, and every time we identify a problem and we need figures, we do it on a 360-degree level. So we do not stop on the border. We look at this specific issue, but on both sides of the border. If you do so, if you do It the other way, if you stop on the border, you miss your point. For example, I have the issue about healthcare. French nurses go to work in Luxembourg, and so our French hospitals miss a lot of nurses, and they have to close some services in hospital. But when you look on the other side of the border in Luxembourg, you see that Luxembourg misses nurses too. So it could be a better solution to address the problem on both sides on the borders and to look at it only on a French perspective, where you just try to stop nurses from going away. And that is not a solution to the problem. And then we have in our method a second step. It is based on our knowledge of the problem. We design a specific solution. From mobility, together with all those in charge of the problematic of mobility, we designed a master plan with a list of projects, park and ride, parkings, high-level service bus, better access to train station, with a financing plan for each project. And together, all these projects, some small, some bigger, will allow us to improve the mobility on our territory, on our cross-border territory, until 2040. And for public nursery, the solution was completely different. Luxembourg will pay some of the costs for the children of cross-border workers in French public nurseries. And this idea of this solution is based on the principle of cost of non-action. It is the principle that it will be more profitable for Luxembourg to financially help French municipalities to provide nursery spaces than to take care of the children of cross-border workers in Luxembourg. And the third step is we identify the actions needed to implement our solution. So it can be a change of regulation so that the solution we developed can be implemented, or we can need to negotiate an agreement between both states. That can be another way to implement this solution, or we can need to conduct a cross-border study to design a plan. That is what we did for the mobility issue. So we have one method for a large scale of solutions, and each one is then specifically designed for each cross-border issue. And that is what really helps us provide cross-border public services on a border where the idea of those cross-border public services does not always get supported, especially by some politicians in Luxembourg. So this is our way to address the issue and reach for solutions at the end.
Thank you very much. How you can have a very straightforward methodology that then allows you to be more specific in your solutions, but you're very concrete in how you go about looking for those solutions and very evidence-driven, trying to see what the issue is and having a very good understanding of that before then seeing how you can solve it. So thank you very, very much. I'd like to invite Mikael Bergström of the Västerbotten County Administration on behalf of the Barents Regional Committee to share some examples of ongoing work that you are doing in cross-border infrastructure and service delivery.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. So my name was, as you said, Mikael Bergström. I'm from the northern part of Sweden, from Västerbotten, and I'm here as a representative of the Barents Regional Committee. That is a cooperation that was founded in 1993 between Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Russia. It's a multi-level cooperation where there's both a national cooperation with the governments and a regional cooperation between the regions, and we have a very close connection between these two bodies. However, on February 24th, 2022, much of the foundation of our cooperation was then changed when Russia's illegal aggression against the Ukraine. We had a lot of exchange going across the borders to Russia, people and goods moving there, families living on each side of the border. The border had been open since the beginning of the 90th, and now it was suddenly closed. And people were stuck on each side of the border and so on. So after that, we been struggling, and now we have focused on a national cooperation between the three remaining countries, then Finland, Norway, and Sweden. The Barents cooperation consists of a number of working groups. One of the working groups being transport and logistics. We have 11 other working groups here as well, but mainly talk about transport and logistics now. We have a transport system in this part of Europe that is very north-south coordinated. So we have very few east-west transports, and we've seen that we also need to develop the cooperation between our regions. So in this working group, the transport planners from the regions meets regularly. We have had several projects during the years, and we even have a joint transport plan where we merge all the regional and national infrastructure investment plans. So then we know well beforehand what will be prioritized in each country so that we could coordinate this. We have cross-border public services, trains, buses, and ferries in our region. However, we are a very, very sparsely populated region, only 4.9 inhabitants per square kilometers, to compare with the European Union, for example, with 106 inhabitants per square kilometers. So we are very difficult to attract private investments. So most of the services when it comes to infrastructure is from the public. When it comes to healthcare and so on, we have quite an exchange of patients between especially Sweden and Finland. When we have an emergency, for example, happening in Finland, in Vasa, which is the closest city to where I live, on the other side of the Bothnian Bay, it's faster to fly the patient to Sweden than to fly it to another close by hospital in Finland. And we also have a lot of doctors, nurses, and so on going across the border, working in Sweden, working in Finland. Towards Norway, we have a lot of cooperation as well. For example, the ambulance helicopters and so on, search and rescue helicopters. Often it's closer to Norway than it is to a Norwegian hospital than to a Swedish hospital if you get ill in our mountain areas close to Norway. So then you get your treatment in Norway. And we are, as I said, we have a transport system, logistic system that is very much north-south oriented. If you are going, if I'm, for example, I'm living in Sweden and I'm going to to the northern parts of Norway, there are almost no east-west transports. You can go by car, but you have to go across the mountains. It's like 500 kilometers or so on. There are no airport routes, so you have to fly down to Stockholm and then east to Oslo and then north again. It takes at least a day. So we are looking at different solutions for this. And now we are, for example, looking at electrical aviation with smaller airplanes that would be possible in our region, because we have a lot of small airports that would be perfect for smaller airplanes that can fly east-west. We are also in the center of the green transition. We have a lot of investments going on in northern parts of Sweden, Norway, and Finland in regards to the green transition. So this would fit very well into that. And we hope that we will have electrical aviation airplanes within a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also for highlighting not just the challenges of cross-border service delivery in the northern regions, but also that it's not just about being cross-border, it's also about being remote. And that remote dimension plus the cross-border has a whole different set of issues, including issues of cost and access, and wanting to make sure you can maintain the quality of the services, make them as accessible and give people the access to it, but in particularly difficult circumstances. So thank you for highlighting that. I would now like to turn the floor back to Francisco Lara Valencia for some insights on his work on assessing the impact of specific cross-border initiatives on the US and Mexico border. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that to respond to this question is best to look at some of the experience that, in my opinion, are good models of cross-border collaboration in the U.S.-Mexico border. And this gives me the opportunity to expand a little bit on the things that I said before. I'm gonna mention two examples which I believe are really important. They are in different parts of the borders and they have different missions. One of them is called in Spanish covinas. These are the binational health councils, which are organizations that were established along the U.S.-Mexico border around 1956, when the U.S. and Mexico government were really worried about the spread of infectious diseases in the large metropolitan areas like Juarez, El Paso. These committees are basically local groups of professionals, mostly people in the healthcare sector, nurses, doctors, hospital administrators, working together across the border to exchange information and come up with solutions to share problems. It's a very informal structure. The larger institution that created these councils or these committees disappeared in the early 90s. But despite the disappearance of this institutional framework, the covinas kept operating, and they're very effective in solving local problems. The other is a committee that operates in the Tijuana, San Diego area, is the Committee of Border Regional Opportunities. And it's a coalition of different groups, the private sector, local governments, local universities, working together in identifying solutions to local problems in several areas. Transportation is an area in which they are pretty much concerned. to that point, they have been trying to generate information to understand better mobility on the border and developing models to facilitate cross-border flows in the Tijuana-San Diego area. But also they have been working in promoting, for example, tourist activities that take advantage of the attractives that exist on both sides of the border, because they have an understanding that every visitor that's come to San Diego, Tijuana, eventually may cross to the other side of the border and have benefit for the two sides of the border. This committee was created in the 90s by a large organization, which is the San Diego Association of Governments, that perceived the need to do planning and national planning in the region. So in terms of assessing, in terms of evaluating the activity of these different examples of these different initiatives, the approach that I believe is important is on the one hand to focus on the internal operation of these entities, seeing if they are, for example, effective in delivering the benefit of the service they are designed to provide. And in that regard, it's really important to focus on who are the agents, the actors that are present in this organization, what are the mechanisms that they have created in exchanging information, to what extent they are, for example, able to overcome barriers or be resilient to shocks that come externally, like, for example, the shift in the political mood between Mexico and the US, or more recently, for example, the challenges that came with the pandemic. That would be one way to evaluate this type of organizations. The other way is to look at the direct impact they're having in the border communities. I mentioned before that one of the concerns that we have in the border is this gap that exists in the level of provision of services and also in the capacity to mitigate what it was called here the border effect. So in order to evaluate this type of initiative or programs in the border, what we have been trying to do is to come up with a set of indicators to measure the impact, the larger impact of these entities in terms of closing the gap that exists in the region. For example, in terms of the access to services or the quality of the services that are provided to the communities in the region. One of the efforts that we did in this specific area in 2010, at the request of the Conference of Border Governors on both sides of the border, we developed a platform that we call the Index for Transborder Development, which is an effort to create a data set that is comparable across the border, even the big differences that exist between Mexico and the US in terms of how things are conceptualized, how things are measured, how data is being made available to users. We made an effort to create this platform that compile and pool a set of indicators that are relevant to the measurement of the gap and the impact of the action of these different initiatives in closing the gap between the two sides of the border. One important aspect of this index of transborder development is that is formative in their approach, in the sense that it allows to the different actors along the border, governments and even the private sectors, or the different mixes of private and government sector, to see how their policies and their programs are impacting things like quality of life, sustainability, economic development, or competitiveness in the region, or security. That was one of the concerns that we have at the moment when we were developing this type of instruments. It was really essential for us to broaden, to give an ample view to the concept of development, not narrowly focused only on, for example, flows of people crossing the border or amount of trade going through the border, but thinking in the implication of all these different policies on things like access to services, quality of services, quality of life for the communities on both sides of the border. So in summary, I think it is important when we conduct this assessment of cross-border initiative is to think in the vehicle of development, which is the structure of governance and cooperation that exists in the region, to measure how effective are they and how resilient are they. But the other dimension, which is was important for us, is the assessment of the impact of these different programs in the community in which they operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insight. I think a couple of points just to bring out. One is, you're mentioning the Covinas, and it really shows how one of the things that we were seeing and we brought out in the report is that often cross-border cooperation begins historically. It was already there, and then it's a question of how do you make it, how do you broaden it, or how do you formalize it, or how do you make it more for what we need today without losing also what you have in the past. The other point that I just really would like to highlight too, one is this notion of security. I think there are a number of people around the table where border security is a question, and how do you, what do you do when your partner on the other side of the border is no longer necessarily so friendly? Or how do you also work together for security issues if there's a third party that may not be that friendly anymore? And finally, the point is about resilience, and that cross-border cooperation can make an entire region more resilient. Then the question is, if you have one border partner that can demonstrate greater resilience, is there a way that that border side can help create greater resilience in their neighbor, or are they sort of doomed? Or, what can they learn from each other is sort of where I want to go with that. But I'd like to open this now up to everybody. If you have questions, comments, thoughts, existential or otherwise, on resilience or security. Also, if Ricardo or Stefan, you may want to have anything to say, but Jose.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for Francisco. The first one is concerning your experience in the border, USA-Mexico. What is the level of involvement of civil society, NGOs, in cross-border cooperation, considering that it's a border with a lot of migration, vulnerabilities, and so on and so on? Is there any kind of cross-border structure dealing with that? And the second question is about security. And also taking into consideration your experience in this specific border. When we try to talk, for instance, in South America, to local partners and also to donors, and we try to combine security and cross-border cooperation, the most of people consider that they are opposite concepts. Even we have tried to organize a couple of workshops on that, and it used to finish with a kind of battle, struggle between parties, and so on and so on and so on. So I would like to know your experience about if it's possible to combine more security in the border and more cross-border cooperation.
Let's see if I can answer the question. Who are the actors? I mean, the U.S.-Mexico border is a very changing landscape in terms of the type of incentives, the type of conditions that allow certain forms of cooperation to flourish. Obviously, if you look at what's happening right now, probably the most active actors are the NGOs working with migrants and refugees in the region. In the past, for example, the early 90s, there was a lot of efforts trying to take advantage of the economic opportunities that came with the North American Free Trade Agreement. So most of the efforts from universities, the private sector, and clearly the government was to promote, for example, investment and cooperation in that regard. Right now, there is an explosion of people interested in nearshoring because the relocation of a lot of investment from Asia, even Europe into the U.S. So it's a constantly changing environment that provide different incentives to different type of groups. And I think this relates clearly with what I was discussing before, that there is this environment in the institutional or social environment on the U.S.-Mexico border that allow the flourish of certain type of activism in the region. In regard to security, I would say that these are not two things that go their separate ways. A lot of the groups that work, for example, with migrants and refugees along the U.S.-Mexico border collaborate with the Mexican government, with the police, for example, with the CBP, for example, with the Border Patrol, even in actions to safeguard, protect, rescue immigrants that put their lives at risk. You will be surprised to go and talk to some of these groups, for example, or go and talk to people at the CBP and learn that they have established protocols to communicate, to collaborate, to exchange information, and address issues or problems that they see as shared problems. So there is clearly an opportunity there, a necessity there that is being taken advantage by the different actors. I don't know if that answers your question, but I mean, that's what I can think right now.
I just wanted to chime in and say I think good, strong cross-border cooperation that's undergirded by a relationship of trust actually mitigates the need for more security. And that's the narrative that we're trying to push on the Canada-US border now is we don't need to build a wall. Yes, we have increased irregular migration, but we have very strong cooperative relationships, and that means that we can ensure our security through cooperation rather than through bifurcation.
Other comments, questions, thoughts? Anyone online? No? No. Okay, good.
Just to come into that that last comment, what was interesting, I think, in the study that we did is how to measure actually the impact of the cross-border governance bodies. What tangible results are being achieved, not sort of at the technically called the output levels, like so many meetings organized, so many workshops, so many cultural events, but how does it affect materially the lives of cross-border residents, the livelihoods or the way businesses operate. In the case of the EGTC Cerdaña Hospital, it's much more easy to quantify. Okay, now in this year we delivered X number of medical interventions more than last year, so we can actually track that. But for other, specifically those cross-border governance bodies that work on a wide range of areas that don't provide sort of harder essential public services, it's really hard to measure. But what we often heard is that the fact that we establish relationships of trust, that we know who to call on the other side of the border, that we understand their mandates, it can become really critical when there's a disaster but also when there's another disaster, just so you have an easier way to resolve local issues. So I think that's a challenge that everybody, those researching cross-border cooperation, but also those involved, is how do you present that evidence also to political decision makers, saying we may not be able to say, well, cross-border governance helped increase GDP by 2%, but the fact that we are in close collaboration and there is a sense of partnership, it is really valuable because X or Y or Z. That is less tangible, but I think that goes to your point, Lauren.
Mart van Damme, Dutch Ministry of the Interior. Maybe I can illustrate how to measure the success of cross-border cooperation with an example in the security and safety field. Within the Dutch-Belgian border, like local police and law enforcement agencies have been working together for a long time, but I noticed that within execution of their work, they had a lot of legal and administrative obstacles, which they escalated to a higher level. And then within the Benelux governance body, a new treaty was made, which made it possible for local police officers, for example, to do their work just on the other side of the border. Because people who live in a cross-border area, their life crosses the border. So services that they need, whether it be health, whether it be safety, whatever, should also take this scope into account. So I think it's firstly important that these local bodies work together because they know what is important and what they need. And secondly, that from a national level or even from a European level, the right frameworks are made to make it possible for these people to do their job as such.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments, I think we will move on to our next session. I'd like to thank all of you and all of our discussants for your insights and your comments and what you've shared with us. So we're going to move into our final roundtable discussion on funding and financing sustained cross-border action. And I'm going to turn the moderation for this session over to Stefan.
Thank you very much, Veronier. A topic that has, I think, showed up, reared its head in every discussion that we've had so far. But to start us off for this third and final roundtable, I would like to pass the microphone, so to speak, to Raúl Alberto Hidalgo Gallegos, Director for the Directorate of Border Development and Integration of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, everything. Thank you, everybody. Excuse me for the invitation. I would like to share with you some ideas about the work that we do at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Well, first of all, Peru is a very large country with more than 7,000 kilometers of border lines. It includes the Amazonia. 9 of our 24 departments are border departments and cover almost 60% of the national territory. Despite their great extension, they contain only 22% of Peruvian total population. Unlike other more homogeneous countries, the geographic space of the Peru border have particular characteristics, realities, and problems, and therefore require different strategies for their development, and we cannot take the same approach of in the whole borderline. Yes. We have an institution in order to integrate all these areas. This is the National Border Development and Integration Policy that concentrates its efforts in 84 border districts. This territory is quite significant since it comprises 330 1,000 square kilometers, more than a quarter of the country, and it have only less than 4% of the total national population. As you can see in the towns or the population that live in the borderline is very, very small. This is because of the organization of Peru, where where most of the population is concentrated in the cities, not in the small cities, especially not in the frontiers. The Peruvian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the driver of the border policy and plays a coordinated role with respect to development and integration actions in these areas. And it is important to emphasize that the intervention does not replace sectoral, regional, and local competences of our development, but it integrates all of them. The National Council for Border Development and Border Integration, is this in Spanish, CONADIF? Oh, here, sorry. In order to face all these problems, there is an institution, as I said, is the National Council for Border Development and Border Integration. It was created as a multi-level articulation space that allows for coordination and prioritization of actions that often arise from citizens, but also it came down from the authorities, not only from the central authorities, but also from the local authorities, in order to address a comprehensive manner. CONADIF, as it says in Spanish, is shared by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and is made up of the Ministers of Interior and Defense as permanent members and other minister space according to the agenda. The executive director is in charge of my office, and it includes 9 governors and 6 mayors from province and districts of the borderline. Among the main achievements obtained by CONADIF from 2015 to date, we have the following achievement. No? The approval of the National Border Development and Integration Policy, the qualification of 13 critical border areas that are characterized by being isolated, extremely poor, and not having their basic needs satisfied. And of course, it requires the assistance from the states to face this critical condition. The identification of gaps in infrastructure, excuse me, and access to health services, education, energy, water, and sanitation for most of these 84 districts. Increase of interventions on the border, on the accounts of all these governments, and in the social field and economical area also. Border integration mechanism. Peru share borders with 5 countries: Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, and Chile. Border integration mechanisms are created with all of these countries. We have meetings periodically in order to coordinate social and economic actions to benefit the border population. With Ecuador, for example, we have a border committee, which is the result of the peace agreement that we reached in 1998. Its purpose is to promote and supervise the implementation of those agreements in areas related to the transit of the people, commerce, promoting also cooperation and development. These committees are three: Tumbes El Oro, Piura Loja, and Cajamarca Zamora Chinchipe. Also, we have committees with Brazil, the Northern Committee and the South Committee, and we have created a new one, which is the Central Committee. All of them are in the Amazonia. These committees are focusing, for example, border facilitation of transit, social issues of economic subjects, trade, tourism, and of course, protection of the environment. With Chile, we also have a big committee which is divided in 17 subjects. This committee includes the areas of Tacna, Moquegua in Peru, and Arica and Tarapacá in Chile. The committees cover a wide range of topics as, for example, culture, education, health, prevention of the disasters, fight against the transnational delinquency. In addition, we have a mechanism with Colombia, which is very, very special because this mechanism of integration and cooperation includes a fund, a very special fund in order to finance projects, developing projects in the border. This fund is it's created with the contribution of both the states, $2 million for each state, and it's a very big area, but very small population. Normally, the area is we can find that area only native communities, families, but are very isolated. So we have development projects there, for example, in order to assist the mothers and their little child, and also to help the people to promote small business related with the economical activities that they do there. For example, fishing or working with agriculture of cacao, cafe. There are small projects, but they're very important because these people this area is there's a big menace in that area, which is, for example, the drug traffic, and also the violence, because in the frontier, in the side of Colombia, there are places occupied by the rest of guerrillas. and in order to avoid that that people in that area or take part in these illegal activities, we have to work with them in order to give other activities, a different project of life. This is a very important. This is very important for us, not only for their development, but also in order to keep them safe from this menace. As I said, these projects are financed by the state. We have the help of International Development Bank, which help us with all the technical assistance, and there are non-governmental organizations which are in charge of the execution of these projects. These institutions have a great experience in working in this area, which are very isolated, and of course with the culture of these communities, which is very different from the culture of the rest of the state. So we have two different spaces of action. One of them is provide a better level of life to this population which live in the borderline, in order to reach an equal integration with the population which are at the other side of the borderline, the population of the other country, which is our first step, and then of course the integration and the cooperation with the other country, no? With our population. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Raul Alberto, for presenting yet another very different context. And also the diversity, I think, was interesting to note in the different cross-border governance mechanisms that have been set up in different parts, in different border areas of Peru with its 5 or 6 neighboring countries. One question before, at least for me, before I open up for other comments, is you mentioned this initiative of the integration zone with Colombia and a fund that is development fund that is co-created through contributions from Colombia and from Peru, and also has a contribution from the American Development Bank. The other initiatives that you mentioned, what are the mechanisms, the financial mechanisms to support them? Sorry, could you?
Well, we only have, apart from Colombia, we only have a similar mechanism, which is the Plan Binacional with Ecuador. But it's different because in this case, the resources came from international cooperation. The contribution of the states is small, but they obtain resources from international cooperation. In the case of we only promote integration and the cooperation, and what the resources are from the states, but not specifically a mechanism for that.
Are there any questions for Raul Alberto? Any comments on his presentation? If not, then I'll would like to share the experience of the Cerdanya Hospital in creating a mixed commission to assess changes in the membership fee decision making. Thank you very much for sharing this topic, which I think relates very well to the context of many European cross-border governance bodies that depend very heavily on membership contributions.
Thank you very much. The development of public service in a cross-border space must be supported by different fundamental pillars which are closely linked. Governance, we have talked about a lot about the governance, the legal and regulatory structure, that's a very, very big subject, the planning of the actions to be carried out, and the financing system for this service. If we focus on the financing systems, public service and this case of the Cerdanya Hospital, cannot be governed and managed if it's not with a determined commitment from the governance in the financing system. We have the look that all the members of our council board are the financing administrations for the health service of Catalonian and French. In the meantime, the health administrations of the two territories established a fixed payment system based on the budget for the operation of the hospital. It was set at 20 million euros. I think it was set at 20 million euros. Distributed 16% by the Generalitat de Catalunya and 40% by the French Republic through the ARS Occitanie and the public insurance. 14 because the 16% of the population is in south of the border and 14% is in the north of the border. This system runs smoothly from 2014 to 2019. This year, due to the hospital consolidation and general price increases, a first deficit occurred. This is maintaining the model from 2020 until now. The operating budget has been in accordance with bilateral or trilateral negotiations for an increase respecting the proportion set at the beginning. We also are in the 60% and the 40%, but we have the opportunity and increase. But it's a laborious system that has the drawbacks of the trilateral negotiation. Hospital, Catalonia, and France. You know that hospital is a binational organization between Catalonia, government of Catalonia. Catalonia is a little version of Spain, and French. It's very difficult, this trilateral negotiation, because of the assumption of cost growth, because of the deployment of new service, and because of investment. Also, in general, the studying must be done during the current year. In 2023, a mixed commission was created to address a new financing model made up of the same actors who hold the governance of the ECTG. The administration is competent both in planning the service and responsible for the financing the services, planning and financing, and they are working to do another system of financing for the hospital. The objectives with which we are working are a stable, fixed, and no system of the annual increases in the budget that recognizes the increase in cost. In Spanish, there is an index, indice, who we tell IPC, index to the cost of life, that increase every year. A variable financing system from the new actions to deploy services that did not exist until now, and a financing systems for investment planning previously approved by the government of the council. From us, we believe this model is interesting for the following points. The agent of the governance are directly involved in the financing of the ECTG Hospital Cerdanya. There is a political will to continue developing the hospital. That for us is very important. It is not on grants or third-party funds. It depends only of the will of the administration, of health administration. A financing model will be established that will allow planning for the development and maintenance of the operation. We will know what we have in the years coming. On the other hand, there are also some situations that need to be improved. We are a little hospital. This is a financing model that those usually use it. And therefore, it's always one of the last priorities of those responsible for the financing of the administrations. We are talking about 30 million euros. You know the budget of the health Catalan service. You know the budget of the French health. Then it's not prioritary. It's a tiny budget compared to the budgets of both of the Catalan and French health administrations. Therefore, it's not a distressing aspect for the administration. There is poor communication between the decision makers, ministers of health in Catalonia or in French, and the technical executors, who are not always aware of the agreements adopted. But it's a little step. It's a little step because now it's very difficult to have this trilateral negotiation. for the same reasons, but it's very, very difficult. Well, I think it's so. So only just only little thing. All of us, we are talking about the cross-border cooperation that all of us want cross-border cooperation. The goal is involve the other people that don't want or don't know the need of the border cooperation, and that's for us is very important. And I have the word. I only say another thing. The financing system is only one of the necessary singularities of our spaces. We are different. We are singular. The mechanism who are good for Madrid, for Paris, for Berlin, there's not enough for us, and that's important. I think, and that only I think the only thing that's important is more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you touched on some really critical points. First, the need to adaptable budget, because the circumstances, the needs, they evolve, they change. And in order to be able to live up to your mission as hospital, mission as a cross-border governance body, is essential that those contributions co-evolve. And the second point you stressed is making sure that the actors on which those contributions depend understand the need for cross-border cooperation. You need to have that adaptability, but also to continuously make the case of why are we useful, why are we here, what is the cost also of non-action if there's not an increase in the budget, what will happen? What may the cost for that be? With that, I would like to make a bridge to to Romain Maurer, Communications Manager of that EGTC, to reflect a bit on the funding model.
Yes, I will try to be as honest as possible, and I'm really interested in hearing what you guys have done, what solutions you have. So some context to begin, we have 14 partners, 4 of them are French, 10 are Belgian, and they all contribute to varying degrees. It's 50% France, 50% Belgium, but the 4 French partners give, in terms of percentage, more than the 10 Belgian partners. So there's kind of an asymmetry. Once again, for example, the French state gives us 5% of our budget and the Belgian state 7%. So it creates a discrepancy and can sometimes have an impact on the involvement of some of our partners. We have heard some of them say, yes, but we contribute more, so we should be more visible or more. And it's kind of difficult for us to work with that. I think it's getting bigger and bigger, and we have done many things. But first of all, we have kind of created a level of expectancy from our partners that we do a lot. And the problems that we have on the rest now, first, our membership contributions have been frozen for 17 years. Exactly the same, not a cent more for every partner. So with inflation and with the cost of human resources, for example, which increases, it becomes more and more problematic. The public funds have decreased, and some of our partners may no longer be interested in putting their money on cross-border cooperation. It may not be a priority anymore. We have tried to solve conversations about increasing the membership contribution, but the answer that we have had 100% of the time as of now is no. So we're kind of stuck in a vicious circle in a way, because you could find other ways to search for money, for example, Interreg. The problem is creating an Interreg project is time demanding, all consuming, and you have no guarantee of valuation. So, and if we take time to build a project, this time is not consecrated, it takes the time away from other projects. So we have fewer things to show to our partners to justify for their contribution. So we see we're kind of stuck in a way. So we've reached a kind of a position where a glass ceiling. I don't know if it's glass yet, or maybe it's concrete. We don't know yet. The possible solutions are so Interreg for now. Maybe other options, and that's where the blueprint is really great for us, because it may give us more solutions, or maybe scale them. So that's where we are now. To have a lose-lose situation. I really don't know how you guys do it, and if some may have found solutions that we have not thought of yet.
Thank you very much for that honesty, Romain. I really appreciate it, and I would like to actually echo the question that Romain asked. Could some other cross-border governance bodies reflect on how you approach that issue of convincing your members to have an adaptability of the funding, for example? I don't know, Mignot or Adze Belval.
I can say something about that. The PMF was created in 2019, so it's a young structure, and at the beginning it was created because of the will of the French state So, but the members of the PMF are only French municipalities. So at the beginning, the municipalities didn't really know what for they could use the PMF, and they had to pay contributions, very low contributions, 30 cents per inhabitant. This makes a really, really low budget. And it's a little bit, when you have this kind of structure, it's a little bit the problem from the hen and the egg, because they said they wanted to increase their contributions when we achieve results, but to achieve results, we need staff, and for that, we need to have higher contributions so we can pay people. But at the beginning, it was really hard, but it was really an issue because I said if we do not have more staff, we won't be able to do our daily work. And we said it to the French state, which is a really important partner for the negotiations with the government of Luxembourg. And at first, the French state said, okay, we will give you a little bit of money so that you can have more staff. And then the municipalities were in a way obligated to bring higher contributions. So we went from 30 cents to 50 cents. That makes a huge difference at the end, and we achieved it this year. So this year contribution is 50 cents, and we have some subsidies for the state. So there is hope. Even if it's difficult, you can achieve it.
Any other best or good practices?
Just to give some more optimism, maybe because it was a bit pessimistic. Sorry. What we gain, although from the lack of money, that we don't have to do things in-house, having new. We know how to do so many things that we shouldn't know how to do, but that's, I mean, it's a plus. We run our
a comment, perhaps a suggestion online, experience in Hungary where if I understand correctly, the Hungarian government has a fund specifically for ETTCs. So there's, in Hungary, there's an annual call available to ETTCs that have Hungarian involvement. It amounts to about half of these trust and small projects. So maybe something for countries to consider. It just points to showing the numbers of to begin the sport. With that, I'm going to resume. Diversifying the funding structures to be able to complement membership contributions is something Alex can learn.
We have a structure. We have a EGTC in the most dynamic cross-border cross-border area between Portugal and Spain. And every day the people makes the corporation. So first the people makes the corporation, and next the institutions institutionalize this corporation. In respect of funding, we have a big support by Interreg. In respect of this, we need more cohesion. Interreg has big difference between Portugal and Spain, 30% for Portugal and 74% for Spain, and it affects our capacity to involve the partner in the other ends. The funds are not so only allocated to cross-border. We have financing by the cross-border funds in all parts of Portugal. This is a problem because we have people. The people have every day find the barriers and can't have more projects and resolve day issues like or have to. And we have lots of involving others in the other regions. So we need support money for the cross-border to cross-border people. This is the focus. By the way, we need to find others financial by EGC. So we have more than 300,000 units. We have 40-50% of the Portugal in Spain. We have more than 15 cross-border workers. We have lots of families that all days live in cross-border. The child study in border and the family works in the other side. So we need to find with the institution, with the national institutions, solutions to resolve these problems. We are do some projects like solutions. This is a fantastic mechanism or fantastic instrument, yes, to find these more and more to challenge the
practice on this, depending on the regional context. In some instances, because of strong historical ties and relations on both sides of the border, there's a sense that even if international or national funding is not available, cooperation continues. Perhaps not at the same level, but it continues, and there's a continuous demand from citizens on both sides of the river, the university, they go together. In some other instances, we heard if there's no indirect funding, we talk about cross-border cooperation because they still not be as strong. So especially in those cases, it can play a critical sort of catalyzer, but it also raises questions about how to make sure that there's a stable basis of collaboration if it is not a bit of a question. We have the floor to Aline Zachariasen from London County Community, who will intervene on behalf of the Barons Regional Committee to share examples of different funding mechanisms as per committee's work.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us. Well, in the Barons Regional Council, we are the regions of Norway, and Sweden, and Finland. So there are 8 regions now, so 9, and we do not pay a fee for a membership, but it's kind of a complex system because we also have this the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, where the national levels are included and also includes Denmark and Iceland and EU. So the national bodies of Norway, Sweden, and Finland pays for a joint secretariat, which the regions also use, but we don't pay a fee for that service. We also have a regional youth council, which is one of the most success stories, I believe. And for the Barents Regional Youth Council, each region pays an annual fee for 5,000 euros. And but we did see that we have all these working groups, but they didn't have any funding, any like very clear funding opportunities. So we established a Barents financial mechanism, which was launched in 2002, but then the war came, and so this was put on hold and it hasn't been implemented. That could have solved many of our issues. It would have been targeted towards working groups, so they could initiate and do more. But of course, it's a important tool. But Norway is like the US, you know, and perhaps you know, that also means we can't be a part of this. We haven't invested equally as the EU members, Sweden and Finland, but we're not equal partners in either programs because the funding on the Norwegian side is so small. So we tend to see that Norwegian, Finnish, and Swedish partners prefer to have projects without Norwegian partners because there's no money on the Norwegian side. So that is an issue. Of course, we also have some Nordic funding options within the Council of Ministries. They're usually quite small and not that known. And also have a Norwegian Barents Secretariat, which funds people cooperation, but only the Norwegian exists. So there are a lot of different possibilities. I think we're lacking a really good one, and that is more equal on each of the countries involved. But of course, I think that we contribute in, like, of course, pay for our own travels and everything, and it is very expensive traveling in our areas. Because we need to travel across Scandinavia to reach each other, and so we invest time and effort to be a part of this committee and cooperation, and that matters. There's a chairship for 2 years. It's 3 years for regions and 2 years for national. There are collaboration with others, has the regional and the national as in priorities. So they're not necessarily the same on national and regional level. And I guess that when someone has chairship, it's a bit more on the national side. That depends. It's not the same from it can change a lot. So that's very clear. So we just have to still navigate. Also, we're in identical crisis. Who are we when Russia is no longer our partner and we for a very long time? So we do have Nordic structures. Do we need Barents structures? We still it's a question mark. But this structure has been at the national level, and we have the regional level, and we also have indigenous and youth involved other working groups. So I think it's the word key. But we still who are we and how will we do this? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may ask one question, I have a mechanism for funding the work of the working groups. It was cancelled. Could you start with it?
I remember maybe more than me. It was REGIO was supposed to be a national contribution and a small symbolic regional contribution. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
I think another interesting model of how to complement the potentially interesting model of how to complement membership funding with European Union funding to make sure that there's in a way a small projects fund that has potentially more flexibility to adjust to local needs and that is not linked to EU funding requirements or timelines. So I think in principle quite innovative way. With that, I would like to pass the floor to Sabine. If you could share some examples of where you've seen private sector involvement in cross-border cooperation, because in this project it was I think one of the areas where we saw quite a significant gap.
Yes. To start with the conclusion, it's usually you have the private involvement, either if you have some, it was Microsoft, I think it was so clear why Microsoft would do that, or some social interest in it, social economy interest. And I think it's not so different in the end from the domestic context. You have the same there for services of general economic interest that are partially provided also by private entities with public funding support, but they don't do that if they can't earn any euro with that. Sorry. They must have a living on that. And I screened our debates, and I reckon the most frequent cases find the transport sector, and very different ones. I mean, we have domestic and international transport providers. Partially they work under concessions or contracts. Partially they also work on a free market. Probably across borders in Europe, the Flixbus is the most prominent one we know. But you have them also under concessions, where they also have additional possibilities to earn money through the fees they get. Maybe a very specific case for transport is this cross-border bus between Frankfurt Oder and Słubice at the German-Polish border, which for a very long time had many difficulties of receiving enough funding because of funding. And in the end, they found a rule that some of the tuition fees of the university students was also used to co-fund this bus, because they said this tuition fee is paid for public transport in part anyhow, and the students are the ones who benefit most. So this may be yet another option to finance a very specific service if you need other funding beyond what from your typical public budget. So, we are aware of one interesting case in the field of energy. That's not yet in place, but it's under development for a cross-border heat pipe over the River Rhine between Kiel and Strasbourg, where the steel manufacturing company was one of the co-initiators, simply because the waste heat that was so far, or still is, just going up in the air in the future can create additional revenues. So this is a very good stake, economic viable stake for why to get engaged in a cross-border service. In the case of healthcare, we came across an initiation by a private hospital in Saxony that was interested in providing the services also across the border. But I can tell that majority of hospitals in Germany are privatized, so they live from public fees, from the social insurance system, but still, because they saw an economic opportunity, they were interested in providing the service also across the border and started a lot of discussions and involvement of different public sector authorities to develop that. It's a long story, which I can't go into detail now. And when it comes to social economy, because I mentioned that also in the beginning, this we find especially in the field of education. So kindergartens, schools, which have a particular interest, bilingual schools or bilingual kindergartens, and that receive the same type of public support as the domestic kindergarten, but they provide additional services through their, for instance, bilingual activities, through which they can initiate at least maybe a little bit more contributions from members, from parents, and so on. So it's just one of the examples there. It's very good to have these diversified options, but what we also saw was that in some cases, the private stake, if that disappears, it makes the service also vulnerable. So if, for instance, a Flixbus is operating and they realize, well, the cross-border area between Spain and Portugal in the north, because I'm aware that there was such a bus, at least that sometimes it's not viable if it stops really also in the cross-border region, then we are stuck and don't have that service. So it's very good when it works, but once it's too strongly depending on the economic perspective, and if that is gone for whatever reason, then the service is also very vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alina, for the intervention and for doing the research on finding examples. I think it's an illustration of that it's difficult to find examples of clear private sector involvement in cross-border cooperation. Raúl.
Yes, I have one question. During the meeting, we have talked about public intervention of the governments, the local government. Here in Europe, the academic sector have a role. A friend of mine who worked at Sweden told me that when they're in Sweden, when they are planning some kind of project, take part in this objective, not only the government, not only the private sector, the enterprises, but also the academic sector. This university, for example, not designing the project, making proposals, taking part of the project in an active way. I would like to know some of your experience, if that is true, and of course, if you can share with me that experience.
Thank you very much for that question. I would like to turn that to the group. Perhaps first, Javier, we take that additional comment, and then those working with academia think about perhaps sharing it now or afterwards with Laura. Javier.
Only one danger, I think, have all in the cross-border cooperation and public service in the cross-border areas. It's very possible, I don't know, but it's our case, that the administration pay us or pay us for the service, but not for the cooperation. And there is a bigger cost of cooperation. And it's possible that in other cases they pay the cooperation, but not for what we are doing. And that's, for me, it's a very big danger that you have. Thank you.
We have Ricardo, Francisco. Sorry.
Just want to ask Javier if he can provide a little bit more detail about this cost of cooperation that is not being paid, and also in connection with the question about the role of academics on this. Maybe that's an area in which I don't know if that is possible. Being you in a hospital, I don't know if that is possible that universities or research centers can chip in some work and reduce that cost, because in the context of the work I do in the Arizona-Sonora border, we have been trying to create platforms that connect academics with practitioners. in several areas, doing research, generating information, facilitating the process of developing projects to get funding. I mean, those type of things are things that can be done from university. I believe that universities are taking part in cooperation in that role, as a supportive role in the problems and developing capacities to access them. And I have a question. This has been very, very interesting. Really, I have a lot of questions, but I mean, I'll stop there.
I just wanted to make 2 points because everyone's talking about the private sector funding and the model being so different here in Europe. I just wonder if there's just an expectation the government will pay for it. So why should we? And then I wanted to add it in the Canada-US experience, it's not typical for the private sector to fund an entire project, or especially a project, a coalition. You're working hard to get bits and pieces from different entities. So that'll create a mapping environment, maybe somewhat like what you're talking about with the state level funding.
This is bringing in different voices from different contexts. We see that we are forced to reflect on our assumptions. We have been talking about funding of cooperation. And allow me to be a bit theoretical and go back to the basics of the discussion. And the basics of the discussion is cooperation is good because it brings added value. And we forgot about that. We start buying 2% of growth, we bring in 2% of GDP. This is added value. And then we're questioning the government, not precisely the different forms of the government. And then we're asking the government to say, you should fund cooperation for the sake of cooperation. One of the key issues of Interreg is seeds money to trigger cooperation. Interreg is not supposed to fund, is supposed to fund investment, is not supposed to fund continuing operations. It's seed money. So sometimes we could challenge ourselves. I'm totally theoretical, I'm sorry, it's a typical thing on my side, but sometimes we could challenge ourselves by generating added value, and how do we monetize that added value? I know I'm an economist, sorry. If you leave this with the previous panel discussing services, I'm still a believer on cross-border public services. Why? Because of two things. On the one side, they provide increased access to the people. On the other side, they provide increased effectiveness to the service. Why does Sebania exist? Because that does the two territories definitely must be hospital. If we only look to half of the territory, each of the two halves was too small to have a critical mass. So the fact of joining service brings the added value, and then, as Javier was clearly saying, and then the state, through its mechanisms of funding public services, can provide the funding of the public service. So the interesting element of this is this challenging of our assumptions. Sometimes we can bring it a bit more the private sector. As Sabine shows, to bring in the private sector, there must be added value for the private sector. In public services, the private sector may be a public transport operator that is funded by a public transport authority, again, the government, but which gets benefit from having just one service cross-border instead of having two worse services separate. And for cleaning of the functions, one of the interesting comparisons with the US-Mexican border is that in spite of us having Schengen, there we see cross-border public, I don't know if I can use the word education, but we see, if I can use the word public, but we see there a strong movement of cross-border education, which is something that on our internal borders sometimes is so difficult to implement, in spite of Schengen. So my challenge is only this. Thank you for the reflections, but let's not forget about those 20%, 2% impact that we need to generate, find a way to generate added value and monetize it. Sorry for being so.
No, what I want to add to this is while working for me as a perspective, two things in academia. It's the educational part and the research part. And the educational part, I think, quite easy. Some architecture faculty train our students, and we do a lot of projects with actually the case of the Metropolis. So each year we train a batch of students working on a real case with actually a real situation, and putting joiners and the juries and so on and so on. But that's the easy part. The difficult part is to do the research, because there you need funding, you need money actually to have your PhD students working on something. We've been able to have one PhD student in the past working on infrastructures in the cross-border setting, and recently we also have the opportunity to fund the international lectures funded by University of Lille and University of Leuven, and also there we will have one PhD student working on it. But again, getting this funding is the hardest part for doing the research, and once you have them, of course, you're done.
Thank you very much for that example. I was hoping you would intervene, because we have a representative from academia, so perhaps in the following break you can follow up on that. I think with that we come to a close to this meeting. Perhaps just to link the previous intervention to, I think, the first group, is that it is thinking about what value added can be created through cooperation. Value added for the local and regional governments, but also for academia, for the private sector, is essentially what it's all about. And that may also prompt a reflection on, going back to the governance architecture, is the scale of cooperation, is it sufficient to create value added? Are we working at the right scale? Are we involving the relevant number of local authorities to be able to, for example, make a business case for private involvement in public transportation? Because sometimes the cooperation territorial scope is so small that the expectations may also be different, because it may not be interesting for a larger acquisition. So I think that we see through lines between the different topics, between funding and financing, the decision making on who to involve, how to set up the institutions, what are the objectives and what actions can we deliver, and how do we communicate the results and the challenges that we have effectively to maintain political and public support for that. So with that, I would like to close this third roundtable discussion. Thank you very much, everybody. We have a 15-minute break. If we could, there's coffee and little pastries outside. If we could be back here at 4:30 for the concluding workshop. And yes, thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to start again and the last major session of our day today, which is a workshop. That is going to be a structured workshop. You see 4 boards around. Jeff is going to introduce the workshop in a moment. And once we finish the workshop part of the workshop, we'll come back into a plenary session to share some of those conversations. So with this, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Yes, the 4th board is extraneous. Ignore all that can be for your sort of cross-border musings in the aftermath. There should be 3 boards. We're going to have a high-octane discussion, 15 minutes on each topic. One, are going to be discussing how cross-border governance bodies can foster more competitive cross-border regions. Group 2 are going to be discussing how to nurture political and public support for cross-border cooperation. And Group 3 are going to be discussing co-development as a tool to collaboratively design and implement cross-border initiatives. So Group 1 is there. Group 2 is there, and Group 3 is there, and you should have a color-coded sticker on your name tag, and that will indicate which group you go to first. So we're going to each discuss the first of those topics for 15 minutes, then you will all rotate clockwise around the room to discuss another topic, and then again for the final 15 minutes. So, high octane, to the point. What else? Yes. Yes, exactly. End on a high. Just a note for our online participants, as I added into the chat, please feel free to reflect on these questions individually in your time. We can reconvene in the plenary at I think 5:30-ish. So please feel free to reflect on those and then put your comments, observations to the chat as we report back. So if everyone in Group 1 is red, would like to go over there. Group 2, green, over there with me. And Group 3, over there with Marco.
European solutions on sanity, on social security. Social security means more work at home, homework. Yeah. I think we have also to. Well, I should not say that as Luxembourg guy, huh? Because Luxembourg is blocking social security for many years now. But once we have to cross-border, have a solution. Years or the French city has to be Luxembourg. Wait, we have to at least talk about it. Five countries. Otherwise, there will be never common. Well, French people they should have when they install them, they install their business at the French Luxembourg border, and why not say that for the 2 or 3 first years, it's a Luxembourg of common fiscality for young persons, young entrepreneurs to have the courage to do that. At the moment, you have been this you have seen nobody got it. But we have the French state and the Luxembourg government are members of our EG. We started one policy thing. We have the European Capital of Culture together. Because our territory of the EGC national that was the capital, but we also included the French neighborhood. So that was really also an economic drive. But now it's still because the problem is, of course, the mayors of the city, Paris is far. So I told them, well, if Paris is far away, Paris is not our region. We take the TGV and we go to Paris. And a letter signed by 50 mayors, and the minister must be there. Must be there. And a local letter to cook. We are trying to prevent more than 20. We need decisions on them. And we are certainly not the only ones. That is, you see, our EGCT was well, me too. Other Luxembourgish people would never say intelligence and security. work to Luxembourg, and they go to speak in their city. Yes. No, activity at all. Because 80% leave in the morning. To do anything. The problem is we want to have a bassin de vie, common living area, but we have all the idea. Then we have to change. Really.
You have about 1 minute left in your groups.
We don't like that in our it's so then we come back. Then we cannot talk about cross-border public service. It does not exist. Transport narrowly was to
We meet again in 2 seconds.
Like a traffic jam. Discussion here is about competitiveness. Sorry, save money. You don't have to duplicate research centers or something like that. But at the same time, it's a way it links to the internal specialization with the cross-border area. There is an interesting example, for instance, the cross-border Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay. One is specialized in provide accommodation, hotel in Brazil. The other one has shopping center. The third one, so they don't need to invest the other two in restaurants because it's an interesting concept. You go to Brazil, to Argentina to have lunch, and then to buy things to buy rice. This is complementarity and specialization within no, this is Paraguay. This is Paraguay and then
demonstrating those impacts. issue that really weakened the competitiveness of our cross-border region because we've had to compare one of the problems is my house first time ever we weren't allowed to be able to.
To avoid device, you have to lower bureaucracy in order to create enterprises or to attract investors from those cooperating in order to share best practices, right? So you have a knowledge to be yes to the time. Sometimes the government problem is the different countries. But you are here to emphasize the real and they are less annoying about their own bureaucracy, their own because they are yeah. Thank you very much. More example. Can I invite you to become a speaker? Okay. Just some
the other point, I think that that's really how can we have economies of scale? You mentioned China and the US, and economies of scale at some point, maybe not having national champions in industry, but continental. And because you cannot, frankly, national champions will never have the economies of scale that make them truly competitive. So I think the conversation about competitive region, consider your hand in hand eventually, global competition, can we make certain regions our continental champions by consolidating more production from other regions, possibly eventually consolidating companies. And I think at the moment this is a very sensitive topic. But if you're talking about competition, not those regions competing better with each other, or in the center, we need to combine this whole conversation with more possibly specialization on centralization of European champions. Biophony, which is one year old, yeah. One of the only business partners that we were 83 during the
national policy, because of course labor in Europe or elsewhere remains national or regional competency. There, it's also about hindrance. On the French-German border, there are many automations. The point is, French people in Germany, not only for the labor force, for a number of reasons, possibly also in that case, the definition makes that it's more important in this direction.
We have about a minute left.
Well, might as well go for
Okay. It's a difficulty being the first to present. It's not really sort of had a chance to reflect back. Thank you all very much for participating. These were short sessions, but I really like the sort of the intensity of the discussions, and the board wasn't big enough to write on all the ideas. So what we did in group one, we looked at how can bodies more competitive regions. We had a series of issues, one and not in order of importance. One issue that was mentioned was enhancing regional attractiveness. And regional attractiveness, in first instance, it was mainly focused on to visitors, to tourists, but afterwards there was also a discussion on how can we enhance the attractiveness of the region as an economic unit. How do we position the region as for investors, for businesses to invest in, but also take the region, for example, or perhaps develop a strategic approach to a labor market for a cross-border region, and the need for enhancing the language skills of citizens so that they have more flexibility to work on both sides of the border. There was also a discussion on sort of going beyond that. What is critical is enhance the economic of the border through enhanced rail and road connections, but also through enhanced border systems. But the question there is, then what can cross-border governance bodies do? One of the key elements that was stressed was to convene relevant actors. So public actors at the local, regional, and national government level, but also actors from academia and from the private sector. But their critical challenge is, how do you make sure that particularly non-governmental actors are interested in collaborating with you, in thinking through the challenges, in trying to identify solutions, and potentially supporting the implementation of those solutions. And it should not be sort of a one-off event. We invite everybody and then we do something with it or not. You need to build a relationship of trust. Then another element that was mentioned was the need for effective lobbying, that cross-border governance bodies need to be able to involve relevant stakeholders. This requires the capacity to identify those stakeholders, to identify and to formulate clearly why there's a need to collaborate together, for example, on enhanced public transportation integration, but also to formulate the cost of inaction. What happens to our region? What are the limitations of enhanced collaboration? This was particularly stressed in the case of Luxembourg. And I think that leads me to a final comment on educating policymakers on that specific issue, on educating policymakers on the benefits of enhanced cross-border cooperation, and clearly formulating what those benefits are, but also on sort of taking a leap of faith that if we position our cross-border region for investors to invest in, that you also accept that some part of the investment may go to the other side of the border, but that can still contribute to economic development and attractiveness of the region as a whole. I hope I did sort of justice to the discussions that we had. There's much more, but that's it.
Great. Thank you very much, Stefan. So we had a very up-tempo discussion, kind of loosely straddling the two topics of political and public support for cross-border cooperation. First kind of brass tacks point that came up repeatedly was the importance of stressing the hard kind of quantifiable evidence-based case to policymakers in order to drive cross-border action. We heard about the costs of an action. We heard about it not only from the EGT Daniel Hospital, but we also heard about, in a very kind of real sense way in which some cross-border agreements have been forged after deaths, accidents that have happened where emergency workers have been unable to intervene, and that has kind of shone spotlight in policymakers' awareness of what can be done and what needs to be done. And an interesting kind of segue from that dimension is this talk about how much cross-border action needs to be institutionalized. We've talked about the fact that in Europe, the tendency is institutionalizing. In North America, we see a lot of mobilization behind quite informal actions that policymakers can take, and the need to draw politicians' attention to the fact that they can do stuff outside of the sort of confines of an EGTC. They can. We had an example of COVID-19, where during the pandemic, I can't remember which countries it was. I think it was France and Germany. Literally patient sharing started in a very sort of ad hoc, organic way. This was local level initiative from local actors to encourage politicians to act. We talked a little bit about the difficulties also of mobilizing political and public support for cross-border cooperation when there's no easy quantifiable factor, which is often the case. There's great examples of what can be done when you can put a dollar figure on action or inaction. We had an example of Sweden and Denmark, the south of Sweden, the east of Denmark, where a non-governmental actors were engaged to do a study that didn't look at, the sort of dollar value of the cross-border labor market. It effectively looked at, if we provide information to cross-border workers on how they can engage in the cross-border labor market, how much would that boost GDP? By a sizable amount was the answer. So these are the sort of brass tack arguments that really can mobilize political support for cross-border cooperation. But when you haven't got an easy topic for that, there's need to look further afield. For some cross-border regions, the identity argument, the cross-border identity argument can be very powerful. We talked about the sort of dichotomy of cross-border regions that have a deep history of cross-border cooperation that's literally been forged in the sort of tunnels of World War II, La Resistance. People, a very emotive backdrop within the context of which this cross-border cooperation is taking place. And then other cross-border regions where the approach is very transactional, is seen in these kind of dollar terms, and the difficulties in building public and political awareness of and cross-border public and political awareness of and support for cross-border initiatives when you can't easily put a dollar sign on it. One of the things that we talked about was the need to sort of start them young, these kind of cultural, sport, linguistic exchanges from a young age, which can, over time help to sort of build a spirit of cross-border cooperation that isn't kind of entirely transactional, if you will. I think we've got a lot there, but I think I'll stop there.
I can do it from here if everyone can hear me well. So in the third group, which was about what are the benefits and risks associated with co-developing and cross-border initiatives, we had very rich discussions about the benefits and the risks. On the benefits side, and we talked a lot about this co-design phase and how here having different types of actors could ensure that you mirror better the needs of the local residents, what normally should lead to higher social acceptability, higher social support, and boost the use of cross-border goods and services. We talked about the idea of stronger together that seem to be accepted in different continents, and about how bringing different actors to the table can ensure that you build on the complementarities that exist on both sides. So bringing people from the university, like private actors, can also help political decision makers think out of the box and be more creative than if they were just discussing among themselves. One positive externality that we had a discussion about was how making people own the decisions can improve attractiveness and retention. And then on the risk side, we had a lot of discussions first about the high transactions that are included in bringing all those actors together. So in terms of time and energy, and also on the consequences that may arise in terms of disappointment and frustration. First, how do you pick which actors you invite in this development? So how do you manage the frustration that may happen if you finally pick a decision that wasn't discussed during the session? And the fact that these discussions and light thrown on these issues can even create some threats to social cohesion. And we discussed here the case of Luxembourg and France. One of the other risks that was mentioned in different sessions was the risk of the discussion being captured by some lobby groups or very vocal actors. We spoke here about, for instance, users associations, les associations d'usagers, who can be very vocal and might have disproportionate means to do their research in advance of the common discussions compared to some other actors, and risk in those cases to end up with the initiative and projects that don't actually mirror the majority of residents well. And I think that was pretty much it. Some discussions about competitive priorities linked to that and how do you pick. But yeah, very interesting discussions and ground for improvement here. Thanks.
Thank you very much to each of you for your summaries and to everyone for participating in this workshop. I hope you found the conversations dynamic and sort of a smaller exchange on this larger exchange that we've been having. Are there any comments, questions, assumptions for other groups if you feel that we didn't quite capture what you had in mind or that something was missing? We really would like to hear from you right now about that, as well as from folks on the chat. No? Like, I don't know, any reflections that you might want to share? Conclusions. All right. I would like to just highlight a couple of things. The initiatives and the challenges that you mentioned earlier today, and what you wanted to get out of this meeting. I'd like to take a minute and see if we've accomplished this task of what you would like to get out of this, and then we'll wrap it up. And just so you know, what we've discussed today in the plenaries, in the work in the small groups, and also on those challenge stickies and initiative stickies will fit into the summary of this workshop that you will all also receive a copy of. I took a quick look at the initiatives. It looks like we've done quite a bit of what you were wanting to accomplish as individuals. There may be some that we couldn't cover in the day. Jeff, do you want to take a quick look and see if there's one or two that stand out? Because I looked at them, but I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah. And then perhaps you can reflect on it.
So in terms of the initiatives, there's a few strands, essentially. One was co-development opportunities, how to engage people in order to take advantage of common resources, so things like tourism, sustainable development, opportunities to do with social innovation, tourism again. Tourism, I think, a clear sort of theme from the day. We also had, I think, a lot of alignment on the need to address cross-border obstacles. We've heard again and again and again, and I'm sure we will hear more about the need to develop better legal frameworks, remove obstacles to cross-border cooperation. Schengen, interestingly, coming up a lot today. That's clearly something that's front of mind, given the importance of cross-border labour markets and the sort of mood music on that within Europe right now. On financing, is sort of linking to, I think, what I was saying before, how you can make the business case for investing, in this case, how you make it for the private sector to invest in cross-border regions, so actually a bit different, and how to mobilise funding that is not just Interreg. Involving citizens and politicians, which I think was another sort of common theme. We heard a lot in the early discussion, the warm-up, about how different territories can work together to ensure political continuity, ensuring that the practical level, practical considerations are kind of front of mind in terms of bolstering political commitment to and support for cross-border action, and also this kind of wider network dimension, how you bring citizens in and build a wider kind of public support, such as cross-border cooperation is kind of alien nerd concept, but is built from the ground up for real people. And finally, in terms of learning from others, obviously the whole point of the day and why we're all here, certainly why I'm here, it was a lot of people wrote and talked about how wanting to experience outside Europe on cross-border solutions. I think there's been a real kind of highlight of the day. The North American, South American, and African examples, I think, all present very different cases to the way in which cross-border cooperation takes place, and the way in which it to drive this cross-border action. And I think the role of more kind of informal structures to enable that cooperation and the ability of a wider range of actors to be involved in driving the change is something that we can all reflect on at the cocktail tonight. And what else? Schengen again. I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you. I don't take long, don't worry. Just a few very short words. First, thanks to the OECD team for having this project, which was quite a bit of adventure and I think impactful in many places. This will be a tool that will be very helpful. Thank for the 5 pilot regions who took the courage to embark on this process, which no one knew in the beginning what it would lead to, and I think it was helpful in the end, although it took quite a lot of effort also on your side as well. Thank everyone else who participated and who took advantage of being here. I think it's this type of debates is such helpful is when we challenge our own perceptions and when we start building things. I hope of that the message is that we are building with the tool and what we discussed today will be helpful. So a vote that the tool will be there. Please use it. It's used to be shared, to be discussed. Don't put it in the drawer because it's much more valuable than that. But we also discussed a lot today about awareness. Everyone is convinced of the importance of raising cross-border cooperation and providing cross-border public services and structuring, solidifying good cross-border governance structures. But we all are aware that awareness is essential. We can use this also to raise that awareness, to show to the different policymakers at different levels, to the different decision makers, to different business providers, that we can create good for society by promoting this cross-border cooperation, not per se, but because it is a way of building a class. In the end, that's just it. 1 or 2 words on what will happen afterwards. The logic that we have been using in the European Commission in this process of what we call internally the border focal point, again, our jargons and acronyms. We support for cross-border cooperation informally, not in the funding perspective, but a bit of logic that we have been putting on the table has been on a sequence of try to contribute to produce knowledge about cross-border cooperation and its advantages and different tools. This is what we have been doing with this project. The idea of building cross-governance structures, how can we do it, why, which means. This was the process of building knowledge. Then we look for a sequence of building knowledge, then piloting the knowledge to demonstrate that things can be done, and then mainstreaming through the Interreg programs and implementation. For this piloting of knowledge, some of you are aware, I think some of you are building, some of you not here, only here, but also online, some of you are probably building up applications now. We have launched via MOT and the EBR a call for applications called Resilient Borders. If someone has not found it yet, it's resilientborders.eu. And Jean-Pierre here in the room can explain all the details. This is a pilot. This is a call to provide the financing support for pilot border regions who want precisely to implement this tool to develop cross-border management structures, to develop cross-border spatial planning in particular. By this process of building knowledge and doing pilots to demonstrate the applicability, that we will have a long-term effect on society by increasing the impact in Interreg and Interreg projects that make similar things. A personal note, I really find interesting to bring up the discussion of amongst the different territories, and I think we gained a lot from that. Thanks so much for that.
Thank you, Carlo.
Sorry.
That's okay. I have a few words to say to finish. I think that this was probably one of the most interesting meetings I've been to for a while, and I've been to a lot of meetings. And it's not to say anything about the quality of the other meetings, but the richness of the information that we have that was being exchanged, the diversity of the perspectives from difficult, it was, and just the sheer sort of energy that was at the end of the day, but it was really wonderful, and I truly want to thank you for all of that, because that is you, and it's because of your participation here today, your interest in this topic, and your commitment to the notion of cross-border work, which is fascinating, frustrating, complex, and quite specific, where a lot of people don't necessarily know about it, and that's where this whole issue of awareness comes in, and communicating what you do. When we talk about understand, it seems normal enough, should I get outside? It's not. So hopefully this has also helped you with that and given some new insights and tools and examples either from your own regions or from other regions and help communicate the richness of cross-border cooperation. I think a couple of points that came up today that I really want to underline is, and it's not just because I work on governance, but governance seems to be the basis. That if you just kind of dive right in, you may or may not succeed, but you'll probably have a greater ability of some structures and more informal. That there are common challenges, but there are also common objectives of a better quality of life, of greater well-being for residents in cross-border regions, and also either explicitly or implicitly growth, and a growth that balances any inequalities either between the two sides of the border or between your region and other regions in the countries that are farther away from the border. The political angle, the political dynamic came up a lot, and I think it's extremely fundamental. We can't do this without the political support, but we also cannot do it or succeed without the engagement of stakeholders and the engagement of citizens. So again, it's that communication and that awareness that becomes important. We didn't use this term very much, but I feel like it came up, again, implicitly in what we were talking about, was creativity. And that to work in a cross-border context, in order to find actions or solutions to challenges, it requires you to be extremely creative. And in that creativity, to also have a bit of, more than a bit, of flexibility and adaptability to circumstances. And I think that is very unique in cross-border regions. I think that flexibility and adaptability has to be even more elastic than in other government situations. There is this notion in that risk is being taken. And I think that in cross-border regions, you're also more confronted with risk. Risk not just in, the fish swim on both sides, so it's got a really big fish, but risk in making sure your relationships are right and that you can work together. And risk in experiments, in a sense, cross-border work is an experiment. And finally, we were talking about, you have the notion of what you lose if you're cross-border region. Okay, you may lose productivity, you may lose GDP, and what are your challenges? Well, framework conditions such as regulations, but then what are your opportunities and what are the benefits? And that can have a lot to do with the richness of a cross-border area, the wealth that can be generated in a cross-border area, and giving that the attractiveness and the dynamism that it can naturally have, especially if it didn't have the structural frameworks around. So, and the opportunities, because there's a lot of opportunity for growth, the creativity that's behind it, and the governance that's a basis of it. So I'd like to thank you again for all of your participation. I'd like to thank Ricardo and the Commission and colleagues at Interreg for the opportunity to have worked on this project for almost 2 years. It's been very fascinating. It's been also one of my favorite projects. I don't know about the rest of the team, but it's been one of my favorite projects. I'd also like to thank the team. They've done an extraordinary job. You have 7 members of the team here in the room with us. We had a few that weren't able to be with us today, and they worked very hard to bring this together. So in the report when it comes out, the framework and the checklist tool will be in the report. So it makes the report maybe a bit thicker, but you have everything in one place. I would like to invite you now to a cocktail that will be in the chateau, which is next door. I think Jeff will be able to lead you there. Follow someone and listen to my instructions. And on behalf of the OECD, I would like to truly thank you again for being here. I hope this was as interesting for all of you as it was for us. Thank you.